We're good, Apu?
All yours.
Great, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Welcome.
Thank you. Just want to say welcome to our newest member, Michael Weckstein, and to also welcome back everybody else. So on that note, let's get started. I'm going to call this Board of Adjustment meeting January 18th, 2022, 6 p.m. to order. Adequate notice has been given in accordance with the Sunshine Law. Notice was published on December 16th, 2021 in the local source and the Star Ledger, the official newspapers for the Township of Springfield for the year 2021, and posted in the Annex building on December 17th, 2021. Please, let's all rise for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the
of the United States of America,
to the
and to the
republic
republic
which
for which it
stands,
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, now I am going to do a roll call. So, Mr. Mark Cunningham,
Present.
Mr. Stephen Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Daniel Poltrock,
Yes.
Mr. Steve Furstenbaum, Mr. Rajay Sahada,
Here.
Mr. Matthew Glass, Mr. Michael Weckstein,
Here.
Mr. Harris Lawfer,
Present.
and Ms. Jody Cohen.
Here.
Great, we have a quorum. Now I am going to accept nominations for chair. If somebody could give me a nomination.
Jen, you're not Madam Secretary yet. I would like to nominate Jody Cohen for the position of chair.
Second.
I'll second.
Who seconded it first?
Me.
Dan.
Dan, okay. And do we have any other nominations? Seeing none, I'm going to roll call for Ms. Jody Cohen for chair. Mr. Harris Lawfer,
Yes.
Mr. Daniel Poltrock,
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mark Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Raj Sahada,
Yes.
Mr. Weckstein,
Yes.
and Ms. Cohen.
Do I vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Congratulations.
Jody, the amount of conviction you said that with is a little bit.
Harris, we got to think about this.
Thank you all for your continued confidence in me with this position. We will move on now to nominations for vice chair. Oh, thank you, Jen, for starting off the meeting. Nominations for vice chair. Do we have any nominations? I will nominate Harris Lawfer.
Second.
Who seconded it? Mr. Sahana? Okay, thank you.
Wow, Raj, you beat me to the punch.
Lots of coffee.
Do we have any other nominations for vice chair? All right, seeing none.
Okay, Chair Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes.
Mr. Weckstein,
Yes.
and Mr. Lawfer.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Congrats.
Congratulations. We will move on to nominations for board attorney. I believe all of the members had an opportunity to review the RFQs that came in. We had 2 RFQs that came in for board attorney. Bruce Bergen and one for Scott Salmon. Do we have a nomination for the board attorney?
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Bruce Bergen to the position of board attorney.
I'll
Second.
second that.
Ooh, I beat you.
Again.
Beat you.
Ah,
Mark, it's like Jeopardy. You got to keep your finger on the
I know.
button.
I went to
Do we
decaf
have-
coffee, that's the problem.
Do we have any other nominations for board attorney? Seeing none.
Okay, Vice Chair Lawfer,
Absolutely.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes, yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes,
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada, Mr. Wexstein.
Yes. Yes, this is Raj. Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. I was going to come back to you. And Chair Cohen.
Definitely yes.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Bergen.
thank you all. I appreciate it.
The next nomination that I am going to call is for conflict board attorney. Seeing that we have one other, I'm going to nominate Jardine Meisner and Sesser for conflict board attorney.
I'll
Second.
second.
Oh, Harris beat you.
No,
That's fine.
you can have it.
You win, Harris.
Okay, Chair Cohen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawfer,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes,
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
and Mr. Wexstein.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Salmon.
Okay, the next nominations, we are going to call for nominations for board engineer.
I nominate Mr. Disco.
I second.
Okay. Do we have any other nominations? We did receive 3 RFQs from 3 different firms. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none.
Great. Mr. Cunningham,
Yes,
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
Mr. Wexstein,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawfer,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Disco.
Thank you all. I appreciate the confidence you have in me. It's a pleasure to serve the board.
that's fine.
The next nominations that I am going to call for is for board planner. We received responses or proposals from Harper Consultants and Phillips Price. Yes.
I'm sorry. I was going to nominate Harbor Consultants.
Wow, I'll second that.
Do we have any other nominations for board planner? None.
Okay. Vice Chair Lawfer,
Absolutely.
Mr. Poltrock,
For sure.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes,
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
Mr. Wexstein,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you on
Congratulations.
behalf of Harper Consultants. It's been a pleasure serving the board and they look forward to this upcoming year. And I apologize, I'm like very under the weather right now. So hopefully you don't have to hear my voice tonight.
Not too bad.
Hopefully it's not COVID.
It's just bronchitis, but it's awful nevertheless. So
Feel better. The next nominations are being called for the position of board secretary.
Madam Chair, this is going to be a very hotly contested nomination. I would like to nominate Jen Law. I don't know where the rest of the board stands.
Second.
Third.
fourth.
29.
Thank you.
Any other nominations? None.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawfer,
Absolutely.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham,
Absolutely.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
Mr. Wexstein,
Yes.
Chair Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the final nominations that we are that are up for tonight are for the position of assistant secretary. I will nominate Mr. Disco for
I'll
assistant board secretary.
I'll second.
Yeah, Raj, you do that. Good job, man.
Any other nominations? None.
Okay, Chair Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yeah.
Mr. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes.
Mr. Wexstein,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Lawfer.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Michael Disco.
Congratulations. Okay.
Hope there's a pay increase
No.
of 0. No.
Madam Chair,
Uh,
I have to excuse myself for a second. I gotta grab my iPad because I'm not able to download the files onto my computer here. So I don't think I'm needed for this next part, but I'll be right back.
Okay. We have to approve the official newspapers and the meeting dates for 2022. So do we have a motion for adopting or approving the official newspapers as the local source and the Star Ledger?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I don't think we have to roll call this. Maybe Mr. Bergen can confirm.
Yeah, well, it involves spending money, so I would do the roll call.
Okay, who made the motion? Thank you.
Me.
Harris?
That would be Mr. Poltrock.
Oh, who seconded it?
I seconded it. I don't get as many points as Dan.
Okay.
right.
Mr. Poltrock?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Lawfer?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein stepped away. Mr. Sahada?
Yes.
Mr. Wexstein?
Yes.
And Chair Cohen?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And the meeting dates for 2022, everyone had an opportunity to review them. Do we have a motion to adopt the meeting dates for the year 2022?
Move to approve.
Second.
Great. Vice Chair Lawfer?
Absolutely.
Mr. Poltrock?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein?
Yes.
Mr. Sahada?
Yes.
Mr. Wexstein?
Yes.
And Chair Cohen?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Hochstein. All right. So that will, I guess, close our reorganization meeting. And we are now going to move on to our regular meeting agenda. Before we do that, I just need 1 minute to check with one thing, and then I will begin the reorganization meeting. Bear with me, it's just a little difficult being that we're virtual to communicate. Hang on. Okay, great. We are going to move on to the regular agenda. The first order of business on the regular agenda is approval of the resolutions from the meeting of November 30th, 2021. So the first application that we have up for resolution of memorialization is application 2021-30, block 1201, lot 64. Have the board members had an opportunity to review the resolution? Are there any questions, comments? If there are none, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
That was Mr. Hochstein
Yes.
and yes, and seconded by,
Full truck.
Great. Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yep.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawfer,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. The next application that is up for memorialization is application 2021-31, block 67, lot 8. Have the members of the board present had an opportunity to review the resolution? Are there any questions, comments? If there are none, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Poltrock,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawfer,
Yes.
Mr. Hochstein,
Yes.
Mr. Sahada,
Yes.
and Chair Cohen.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to the only application that we have on for this evening, which is a continuation from our previous meeting on November 30th. The application is application 2021-29. This is application for preliminary and final site plan use variance with both variances for a drive-through located at block 3701, lots 8 and 10. Before or while we call the applicant and their witnesses into the panel, I want to go over how procedurally we are going to handle the application virtually. For those of you who are participating from the public, we want to hear from each and every one of you that wishes to be heard. We are going to call up the applicant. They are going to put on their witnesses. After each witness, we are going to allow the public the opportunity to ask questions of that witness. This is a question and response session. This is not for general public comment. We will open the application up to public comment at the close and allow for members of the public who wish to speak at that time. After each witness, again, we will open it to the public so that each member of the public will have an opportunity, if they so wish, to ask questions of that witness. If you are participating on Zoom and you are able to put your name and address in the Q&A so that we know to call you, that is the button that I believe you see at the bottom right of your screen. If you could just, again, hit the Q&A, put your name and address in there, and let us know that you wish to ask questions of that witness, we will then call you. If you are on the phone and you are not joining us in this virtual setting here, but you are joining telephonically, we will ask you to raise your hand, and you can do that by hitting *9 on your phone, and you will then be called in to be able to ask questions of the witness, or at the time where it is open to public comment, to make your comments. I don't think I missed anything, but if I did, I'm going to ask you, Bruce, to let me know.
I think you got it covered.
Excellent. Okay.
I would just say that we will, at the end of the witness, then the chair will again announce, now is the time to ask questions. So there'll be an opportunity at that time to put your name in.
That is correct. Thank you. Okay. So with that, and as long as we don't have any questions from our members here, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Hale. How are you? Good evening. Happy New Year.
And to you too,
Can-
Madam.
Can I just mention
Yes.
something. There are some people here that weren't board members at the last meeting. I don't know, how do you want to handle that?
If they were not board members, and Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, they had received a copy of the transcript and were able to review the transcript so that they are able to now proceed this evening.
That's correct. There were 2 members that were not present last go around that are present today. And they did receive a copy of the transcript, and they certified that they read it, and we can move forward.
Okay,
Any
just
other-
wanted to go on the record with that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions before I turn this presentation over to Mr. Hale? None. Okay, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. And by the way, it was great to see your reorganization meeting. You have a great, obviously a great board and great professionals, and it's a pleasure to work with all of you. So again, we appreciate the board hearing us at the last meeting in November of last year. And if you recall, at that meeting, we had our witness that evening, John Martinez, take us through. Obviously, this is an application for a drive-through Chick-fil-A at the Barnes & Noble Shopping Center location. And I don't think there's a need to go through it, the whole application again. But what I'd like to do is just to highlight the changes that were made. And then after I do that, I'd like to call up or have on the screen our site engineer, Mr. Vincent Kelly. But and we did receive, by the way, the reports from Mr. Disco. Mike was kind enough to get us his report, and we got the McDonough-Ray report today, and we're prepared to address those. Catherine, I don't think we got anything from Harbor, but we can touch on that if there was anything new. So let me touch on the items that were revised as part of the latest submission. First, the 2 curb cuts along Hillside Avenue were consolidated to create 1 curb cut, and we'll explain how that we feel that benefits the Hillside Avenue ingress egress. The interior layout was updated to provide unimpeded access, ingress movements from Route 22. The number of parking spaces was reduced from 289 parking spaces to 180, 166, which were regular, 7 electrical stalls also. The overall impervious coverage was significantly reduced. At the present time, it's at approximately 90%. It's been reduced from 73% to 67%, which is only slightly over the ordinance requirement. There was a significant increase in the rear setback. It was at 21.2. It's been increased to 43.2. As noted, the electrical charging stations have been added. Additional signage was added, and this was all commented on by Mr. Disco. A sidewalk has now been provided along Hillside Ave, along the entire frontage, connecting the sidewalk to the northwest portion of the property. The proposed building and drive-through operation was moved away from the western property line to now provide a 31-foot landscape buffer. Previously, it was 8.5 or 8.9 feet. The proposed landscaping also has been updated to provide a row of evergreen trees along the westerly property line and wraps into a large landscape island along Hillside Avenue. And in interior landscaping is also updated as part of this proposal. And the proposed lighting has also been updated to reduce the mounting heights for the fixtures on the western property line along Hillside Ave. And changes to the proposal have reduced the light spillage from the property to a very minimal amount. Now, these are changes that we made and submitted with our last submission to the board. We've obviously received now additional comments, and we'll attempt to address those throughout Mr. Kelly's testimony. So, Madam Chair, I thought it'd be just good to provide a brief overview of those changes. And so what I'd like to do, if there's no preliminary questions from the board or the board professionals, is to call Mr. Vincent Kelly, who is a professional engineer, and have him take us through existing conditions and the proposed improvements, and he can also touch on the review letters that have been issued.
Let's proceed. Thank you.
All right, so Vince, I will be sworn in by Mr. Bergen.
Mr. Kelly, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, give us your business address?
sure. It's Vincent Kelly, and that's Kelly, and my business address is 331 Newman Springs Road in Red Bank, New Jersey.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Kelly, if you could please give the board the benefit of your work, educational experience, area of expertise, whether you've been accepted as a board or a professional engineer before the boards or courts of the state of New Jersey.
Sure. I graduated in 2011 with a BS in civil engineering. I've been licensed for a little bit over 2 years now, and I have provided testimony throughout New Jersey and a little bit in Pennsylvania as well.
And your licenses are in full force and effect?
Correct.
Okay. Madam Chair, I would offer Mr. Kelly as a professional in the field of engineering.
Any board members have any objections to qualifying this witness? None. You are
Okay.
qualified. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Kelly, you're obviously well familiar with the site. You were at the last in-person meeting. So if you could take us through overview of the area, the existing conditions, and then we can move on to what's proposed by way of improvements.
Sure. Just going to share my screen real quick. Just to make sure I got access to do so. Bear with me for a second. All right. Everybody can see the screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So everyone,
I'm sorry, let me just interrupt for 1 second. Mr.
Sure.
Hale, you will advise if we need to mark anything that has not
Yes.
previously been submitted. Thank you.
Correct. Yeah, Mr. Bergen and I talked about that previously. So, Mr. Kelly, if it's a document that was not previously part of our original submission, or meaning if it's an exhibit, we need to mark that.
Okay, understood. All right. Appreciate everybody's time tonight, and listen to me kind of give my spiel on our proposed development in conjunction with, last month's hearing and what Steve kind of gave a brief overview about. We heard not only the professionals' opinions, but, took into account some of the residents' concerns with the previous development. And I'm here tonight to kind of go through how we feel we improved the overall site layout, as well as addressing those concerns and hopefully potential any other concerns that everybody has. Just give me a second. So the existing site, as everybody knows, is currently constructed as a Barnes and Noble. It currently sits in basically the middle of the site that basically takes up the majority of the overall site and the layout. What we're looking to do is scrape the entire building and reconstruct the curbing and the parking lot to provide a proposed Chick-fil-A. What we're looking to do is keep the existing curb cuts along Route 22. As Mr. Hale indicated, we are consolidating both of the northwest and northeast current curb cuts along Hillside to provide one centralized curb cut that basically aligns with Commerce Street, which you can see in this plan as well. So we're keeping the existing curb cuts along Route 22. We are eliminating the curb cuts along the northwest and northeast corner of the property line for the existing curb cuts, and making one centralized curb cut that aligns to Commerce Street over here. With the proposed improvements, as Steve mentioned, we are increasing the existing buffer along the western property line that hugs the entire drive-through that we're looking to propose. And it's being increased from 8.9 feet to 31 feet. The 8.9 is actually an existing condition that you can see along the western property line. There is parking along here. So from the face of curb to the property line, there's 8.9 feet. We were previously proposing 8.9 feet, and we have increased that buffer, the landscape buffer, to 31 feet. In pulling the drive-through and the building away from the property line, we increased the rear yard setback, whereas previously we had 21.4 feet, and now we're proposing 43.2 feet. The existing building in this current bump out over here sits about 24.7 feet. So we are increasing it from existing conditions. Both of these, the rear yard setback and the buffer, require 50 feet. So we are still asking for relief, but we are increasing it from the previous plan and the current conditions on site. As Mr. Hale mentioned, with the updated layout where we are increasing the buffer, we are now providing a continuous row of evergreen trees that start at the northwest corner of the building and run the entirety of the property line as you travel northbound towards Hillside. These are, like I said, they're evergreen trees. They are staggered, so they sit next to each other. So it will be a continuous row. And as we wrap around Hillside and go from the west side to the east side, we are providing a double row of evergreen trees. So the single family residents on the opposite side of Hillside, along with the apartment complexes on the west side, will have a big visual buffer where they can't see the proposed improvements. So as I know there was a little bit of concerns on the previous application with the stacking, or I guess the existing conditions along Hillside as you travel to Route 22 from the west to the east side direction, and along with the existing curb cut at the northwest corner of the property that cars kind of back out onto the roadway, and they felt that anybody leaving the site would kind of add to what's there. So with the new curb cut location, it actually provides a little bit of a distance for cars to make a right onto Hillside, before anything kind of bubbles out and kind of gunks up this area as well. As Steve mentioned, that we are proposing an unimpeded access from Route 22, which you could see here. So any motorist, as they're traveling westbound on Route 22 and they want to enter the site, they will do so through the existing curb cut, continue free flow condition to align it for the centralized drive aisle that we are proposing, which runs in the north-south direction from Hillside all the way to 22. So anybody traveling on 22 will continue straight, drive on the northern direction towards 22, make the first stop sign here, make the left to enter the drive-through, or they can make a left and enter the parking field, whether they want to dine indoors or if they have a third party, DoorDash delivery, or maybe they call ahead and use the app. Simultaneously with that, anybody traveling westbound, if they come off the highway enter the ingress off of Route 22. They could, if they don't want to go down the centralized area to the drive-through lane and they want to don't want to make a left and kind of get where the drive-through is, they can immediately make a first left, travel westbound towards the building, make the first right and dine in, or use the third party delivery for if they use the app or something like that.
Great, so Mr. Kelly, that exhibit, that was not previously marked, correct?
We did, I believe you sent this in.
Yeah, Jen, do you
either yesterday?
do you have them pre-marked, or you want us to mark it?
If you could just mark it, that'd be great.
Sure.
Okay.
A1, does that work?
With today's date?
Sure, thanks.
And just, if you could just describe for the record what A1 is?
So A1, which is with today's date, which is 1/18/2022. This is an overall site rendering that we prepared with the current layout with the proposed landscaping and improvements attached to it. It's basically just a colorized image of what you would see, high level overview if you're looking at the site from an aerial.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep. With the unimpeded access off 22, we have created a centralized drive aisle that also aligns with Hillside Ave. So if you're coming one way from Route 22, or if you're coming the opposite way off Hillside, you have a main way to get to the drive-through lane, instead of where we previously showed a handful of different parking fields, and there wasn't exactly kind of a clear direction of how to get to the drive-through facility. Whereas now there's no parking along it. Once you access the site, anybody who's there for the first time, it's pretty easy to kind of figure out. As well as if you're there a handful of, if you frequent the site, you will know, this is the best way to kind of access the drive-through and or the building if you want to dine in. So next thing, so we did provide a sidewalk along Hillside Ave. There was a little bit of concerns for residents that were, I guess, how would anybody along Hillside Ave kind of access the site? So we updated the layout, which it kind of got cut off on the aerial, but the sidewalk is proposed for the entire frontage of Hillside Ave. Travels from westbound, which is the Freeman Apartments, eastbound as you head towards Route 22. There's an existing sidewalk that's at the existing curb cut on site that ties into the Freeman Apartments, wraps up Hillside, and I believe goes along, that also has a sidewalk connection up to Springfield at the next intersection. So it runs the entire the site frontage. The sidewalk also is proposed off Hillside to provide safe travel way from Hillside down as you travel southbound towards Route 22, and runs along the interior parking lot island perimeter, and then eventually runs into the main doors for the building. So with, as Steve mentioned, with this overall layout, we are reducing the overall parking number that we were previously proposing, 289 spaces down to 166 regular passenger vehicle spaces, along with 7 electric vehicle charging stations. We position the 7 electrical vehicle charging stations. Just give me a second. I could kind of highlight it. So it's located on the north side of the property, close to Hillside Ave. And for anybody who's got a camera going, you can kind of see where I highlighted. It's directly across the way from the drive-through lanes along the Hillside Ave. We positioned the EV charging stations in this location in lieu to a little bit closer to the building, as I'm sure everybody knows, charging an electric vehicle takes a little bit of time. So we anticipate these vehicles will be sitting in these parking spaces for a handful of minutes, anywhere from a half hour to maybe an hour, while they walk into the store and dine in, as opposed to a little bit closer to the building where these parking spaces we anticipate are going to be a little bit more of high turnover. So to not kind of have the conflict with anybody who wants to get an app delivery, or if they want to dine in, that's there for a quick meal, as opposed to somebody that's going to be there for a duration of time. It's also on the I guess the northbound side of the drive-through lane. So it again won't, anybody coming this way, or I guess traveling westbound into the drive-through lane, won't be crossing where the EV charging stations are located. With that, we did decrease the overall impervious number. Previously, we were proposing 72.9%. Right now, we have 66.9%, whereas the overall existing conditions, it's 89.9%. With the overall layout, I think we're decreasing impervious coverage over an acre, which honestly is a significant amount. You don't obviously always have the opportunity to do something like that, but with the site of this, scale, we had the opportunity to do something like that. Next, with the proposed lighting, we heard some concerns that there was concerns for light spillage over the property line, along the westbound side and along Hillside Ave. So what we ended up doing was dropping the lights along the western property line and along the entire frontage of Hillside down to 18 feet. We did that and basically to reduce the amount of spillage, as I indicated. We also provided house side shields on all these lights. So it really, even though they're 18 feet high, from the back side of the light, the spillage, or I guess the glare, you won't notice, and it basically is being directed down and forward. We are asking for relief to keep the interior parking lot lights at a mounting height of 25 feet. And we did this to basically just reduce the overall number of parking lot lights that would be required. If you drop the lighting, the intensity, it only illuminates so much. So at a higher scale, it can have a bigger coverage there. So basically just to eliminate the number of the overall lighting fixtures, we are still asking for relief at that height for the interior lot lights. Now, with this development, we are proposing 4 freestanding signs. 2 of them are highlighted on this exhibit, as you see. The first one is a pylon sign, which sits 22 feet high. It's 75 square feet. It conforms to all the ordinance requirements for setback, size, height requirement. There's also an ordinance requirement for the clearance from the bottom of the sign to the ground level, and this sign complies with that. The next sign that we are proposing is a monument sign. With this sign, we are asking for minor relief on it, as this sign is a lot smaller in height. It only sits 8 feet high. The square footage is 20 square feet. and it still complies with the setback from the property line and the roadway. And we made it in a smaller scale, as in addition to positioning on the east side of the proposed consolidated curb cut along Hillside, to not have such a big visual image to the residents across the way from Hillside. We are still proposing this sign along this area, so anybody traveling along Hillside can safely identify the site and enter in the site. The relief we are looking for is the clearance height, as this is a monument sign. It doesn't have, well, I guess technically it has a 3.3 foot clearance height from the bottom of the sign, and it is fixated on a brick facade down at the bottom. So it's kind of decorative. It's not just sitting on a pole to kind of identify the site, and it's a lot smaller in scale. The other two freestanding signs that we are proposing actually are the menu boards themselves. The way the ordinance is written, the menu boards classify as a freestanding sign. Again, we are asking relief for the clearance on the sign from the bottom of the menu board to the drive-through lane. With this development, we are permitted only one sign per lot, but due to the nature that we have frontage and access to both roadways, feel it is adequate to have two identification signs, so anybody who wants to enter the site can do so safely. And the proposed menu boards are, I guess, not a technicality, but they also classify as there as well. But they are pertinent to the proposed development and the operation of Chick-fil-A. Now, staying with the signage, we are proposing 3 building signs, whereas only 2 are permitted, 1 per each roadway frontage. We do have one on the north side of the building that is positioned to be identified from Hillside. We also have one over the main entrance door on the east side of the building that fronts Route 22. And then we also are proposing one along the south side of the building that can be identified from Route 22, but on the opposite side going eastbound. So anybody traveling this way can identify the site, go to the second off, I don't want to say jug handle, but exit to get on Route 22 westbound, and then enter the site as they want. So as Steve mentioned, and some of the board members have mentioned, we are requesting a use variance for the drive-through operation. In addition to that, we are asking for relief for the proposed canopies of the building. They classify as a freestanding structure, which are not permitted within a non-residential zone. Basically the canopies are provided and proposed for the team members or the employees as they are taking orders underneath this canopy, which is the one closest to Hillside Ave on, I guess, north side of the site. And then the next one is the meal delivery canopy on the west side of the building, closest to the west side of the property line. These canopies provide shielding from the elements of the weather. Whether it's hot out or cold out, they will provide some shielding for shade. They're equipped with heat underneath, so during the colder months, they'll be able to have a little bit of heat, as well as with a roof structure such as this, they are outside of, if it's raining outside, they won't basically get wet and rained on, while they're taking orders. We are also asking for relief for the height of the proposed trash enclosure. Only a 6-foot high enclosure is permitted, whereas the proposed trash enclosures sits around 9 feet. I think it's 8 feet, 8 inches. And this is to adequately house the proposed storage bin that is within each side of one. One side will be have a trash bin, and then the other side will actually have recycling. And so it's not visible, to any of the surrounding area, not only just on site, but the adjacent neighbors. Basically 9 foot high would accommodate the size of the bin that will be positioned in this enclosure.
By the way, let me just interrupt for one minute. I believe at the last hearing, we actually identified a plan and called that A1. Jen, I don't know if you want to, I believe that was the only exhibit. So this one probably, for clarity's sake, should be A2.
A2, okay, we can change it.
Yeah, Jen, is that what you show on your?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't.
That's okay, I didn't catch it either, Steve, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. Hale. I was going to make the same point that this should be A2.
Okay,
Thank
great. Sorry, Mr. Kelly. I didn't mean to throw you off your.
No worries, it's all good. Take a sip of water. With the new overall plan, as I mentioned, we are decreasing the impervious coverage by a significant amount. And due to that fact, we are compliant with the state requirement for stormwater management in regards to water quality, water quantity, and groundwater recharge. As Mr. Hale also indicated, and you could clearly see on this plan, we are adding a significant amount of new landscaping with trees and shrubs, not only the interior lot, but along the perimeter of the parcel as well. I know there was a concern from one of the residents that resides on the opposite side of Hillside with trash that, they're concerned about blowing onto the site or from the site onto the roadway and maybe ending up in their lawn or, in front of their house. As was previously testified, that the Chick-fil-A employees do go around and collect trash, but with a continuous effort in that, and maybe during the interim, let's say they're out there for, every hour or something like that. We actually have provided low-level shrubs along Hillside Ave that will basically kind of collect the trash while in the interim, while the employees are walking around and collecting it. So, these will grab it and not, basically allow it to go onto Hillside or significantly limit that possibility. That's pretty much all I got for now.
And do you want to take us through the review comments? I know that our traffic engineer will touch on this, but I think there's a combination of perhaps Mr. Disco's memo first, and then we can touch on the McDonough Ray.
Sure. I guess we'll start with Mr. Disco's.
Sure.
Just give me a second. So the first comment, do you want me to just read through them, or do you want me to kind of just highlight what's indicated? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think paraphrasing the main issue and then providing testimony.
Okay. The first comment he actually appreciate him outlining what has changed and providing an updated response accordingly. So he indicated that we clarified that the proposed building is 5,471 square feet and is provided 90 interior seats along with 20 exterior seats. I believe the previous plan did not indicate where the outdoor seating is located, and that is located on the south side of the building. For anybody at home, you could see where my mouse is. It's as I indicated, it's along the south side of the building near the egress entrance ramp to Route 22. He just wanted a little bit of clarification on the noise impacts and some of the visual buffers. With pulling the overall development away from the western property line to increase the distance from the face of curb to that property line over 21 feet, will reduce the impacts of the noise within the drive-through lane. Along with the evergreen trees that are provided along between the drive-through lane and the western property line. This will act as a little bit of a noise buffer as well. In addition to that, you could kind of see that the proposed drive-through operation actually backs up to the back of a parking field for the Mountain View apartments. Which in itself will provide a distance and a visual buffer, since we are positioned along a parking field instead of clear view of the windows for the apartment. Comment number 2, he just indicated the increase of the rear yard setback that we are now proposing 43.2 feet. Comment 3, he just is indicating that the proposed overall lot coverage is now 66.9%, whereas I stated previously we had 72.9%. I'm going to actually switch to another exhibit for the next comment. I know we submitted this previously. I guess I'll mark it A3 with today's date.
That's fine. Yes, thank you.
I'll make that bigger when I formally email it to the.
If I can,
municipality.
just to be clear, was
You got muted.
I don't know why that's lagging. Was this drawing part of the plan submitted more than 10 days before today's hearing date? Or is this more recent?
This is more recent. I believe we sent this in advance of the hearing yesterday, I believe. This is basically just giving us a perspective view of the proposed landscaping and the overall layout in reference to the distance to each apartment building closest to the facility.
Okay, so then this will be applicant 3.
I might have froze. Okay.
Yes, we'll mark it as applicant 3. You can
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you. So the next comment, he was just wondering about the adjacent residents and the apartment buildings as they are set back from the proposed building and the proposed drive-through lane and the proposed canopies. So you could see there's 2 different apartment buildings, one Mountain View, located on the west side of the proposed development, closest to Route 22. You will see that the closest apartment building, which is again closest to Route 22, has a setback distance of approximately 73 feet from the proposed canopy, and has a setback distance of 104 feet from the proposed building itself. Now, there's also an interior apartment building also associated with Mountain View that's set back a little bit further internally on their site from our proposed development. And you can see there is approximately 151 feet setback from the proposed meal delivery canopy. And then simultaneously, the Freeman Apartments, we didn't provide a setback distance from the proposed building. As you can see, there's 171 feet that's being proposed set back from the meal delivery canopy. And I just also want to clarify that the proposed canopies roughly sit about 9 feet high. And with the proposed landscaping at plant height, these evergreen trees are 8 feet high, and I believe they grow somewhere around 12 inches a year, basically until they reach full maturity, which I don't remember the overall number offhand, but I know evergreen trees, they get pretty tall. In addition to that, there's the proposed grade in this area on the western portion of the property line between the proposed building and the Mountain View apartment sits a little bit above. So really, when you're looking down at a perspective view, I feel that you're not going to kind of see any of the employees as well as the cars driving through the proposed drive-through lane with the dense screening that's being proposed.
Mr. Kelly, could you just comment? I see where the evergreens kind of terminate, coinciding with the building line. Yes, in that area.
Yes.
It looks like the building, the Mountain View residential structure could still have a viewpoint to the Chick-fil-A building and canopy. Is there a reason the evergreens can't be extended in there?
We can extend it a little bit. The short answer is there is an existing utility pole within the interior of the site that runs from Route 22 all the way to Hillside Ave, which I could actually, I did not submit this previously, but I do have a perspective view that shows these utility poles running there, as well as there's additional landscaping trees on Mountain View side that actually provide a little bit of a buffering from any window that you can see to where a proposed development will actually sit. So in conjunction with that, I feel that the landscaping that we're currently proposed is adequate. If you feel differently, we can look at it a little bit further. But this is where you see the existing utility pole. Now I'm going to go back to the rendering A1 real quickly.
Let me just
Sorry.
interrupt.
Yep.
Because you did sorry, Vince. You showed that exhibit, so if you show it, we're
Yeah, it's marked.
gonna have to mark it. So that would be A4, and if you could just briefly qualify those photographs.
Sure. These photographs were actually taken from Google Street View. I believe it was 2019. Somebody ran a vehicle through there, and they show the perspective views within the existing site as you enter, I guess the back of the existing building where the loading zone is, and it sits on the western portion of the property line that is adjacent to the apartment buildings in the rear. We good? Okay. So I'm going to bounce back between A2 and A4. So A4, this utility pole that you see in the photograph 1, is referenced for anybody at home is sitting basically here, which is, it's hard to kind of describe it. It's in the western southern portion, basically directly in the middle of the Mountain View apartment complex. And I guess I could go to a different color. Much better. Okay. And this has a overhead wire that runs the entire western portion of the property line from Route 22 all the way to Hillside. There's also another, sorry, I'm back at 8.4 now. There's also a couple additional utility poles that are associated with these overhead wires that you will see in photograph 2. They are positioned currently basically in the middle of the existing building. And then I'm back at A2 right now. And you can kind of see the existing utility pole sits, I don't know why the color keeps changing. Sits almost in the adjacent to the proposed meal order canopy. And then there's simultaneously another utility pole that connects all these wires along Hillside Ave. So Mike, to address your question, we left this open just so a utility vehicle can actually get behind the trees back here and actually service these utility poles if it's required. We are still coordinating with them, you know, for how much distance is required in front of the utility pole. So upon, you know, confirmation with them, how much it is, we may be able to add another tree here. However, it's also where this building is positioned. I believe this is, there's only 2 windows on this side. And the vantage point from this window, you can't see it. And the vantage point from this window, you're only going to see probably the southwest corner of the building. But I will also flip back to A4. Between photograph 1 and photograph 2, this giant tree that you see, and this one as well, is in clear view of the window on this side of the building, and that's positioned on Mountain View's property. So I feel that, you know, between what we're proposing and what's currently existing, I do not feel it will be an issue.
Thank you.
Welcome. The next comment, which is comment number 5, there was, I guess we'll have a discussion about the flagpole. The flagpole location is located in the dot I just provided, which is on the southeast side of the building near the main entrance, which also fronts Route 22. It's located within the landscaped island. It is proposed to be 50 feet high. And I'm not sure if it's actually clarified as an accessory structure as well. There will be a footing that's proposed with it, but it doesn't have a roof. There's no walls. It's basically just to hang the American flag. There's no, you know, Chick-fil-A banner or flag that's associated with it. It's literally just to identify or just you know, show some pride and hang the American flag. Mike, I don't have a problem requesting relief if you feel it's an accessory structure, but I'm not sure if it met the definition or not in the ordinance.
No, I appreciate that. I was primarily concerned, I just didn't see it on the site plan drawing where the location was.
Okay.
And so I just wanted some clarity on it. I'll look up the height now, but I wouldn't consider the flagpole necessarily an accessory structure.
Okay.
Mike, it's under the sign provisions that it controls flags. It shows up under special sign provisions, and allows no more than 3 flags permitted per property, and no flagpole shall exceed 35 feet in height.
Okay.
I'm seeing that too. No flag advertising commercial activities. Okay. So if it's going to be 50 feet, they'd have to ask for the relief for the height.
Okay.
Is there a reason why it's 50 feet and not 35 feet? Or a reason why it can't comply with the ordinance?
I'd have to confirm with the client, but I know we briefly discussed this before. I don't think we have an issue dropping it down to 35 feet to comply.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think the only reason why a 50-foot flagpole would be necessary would be if the flag was oversized. And I generally don't agree with oversized flags just because the condition of them can generally become tattered or, you know, something that misrepresents the whole reason to put a flag up. So,
Understood.
yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, we can definitely drop it to 35 feet.
Yeah, we've gotten confirmation that that's acceptable. Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you. The next comment is for the previously proposed street trees along Route 22 that are located on the south side of the property and are associated with the row of 28 parking spaces along Route 22. So we looked at the site triangle, and I know, Mike, you agreed with our site triangle condition that we showed on the plans. We still remove the cherry trees along this area just due to the nature of the alignment of the existing Route 22 roadway, where it's kind of like a boomerang kind of condition. And I understand that, you know, motorists are basically going to be looking back to almost the entrance view of where off Route 22 for the site is. However, we did remove those just in case they look a little bit farther up the road, closer to where the bank property is. So they could kind of have a clear line of sight and didn't have I guess like trees with branches and everything like that hanging out. I know we have a note on our landscaping plan to limit them up to about 7 feet if that is required. However, the plant height of the trees, I think, was around 7 feet. And if we planted those and limbed them up, they wouldn't basically survive over time. So I didn't know how you felt about that.
Again, I just wanted to not violate any safety standard, which it apparently wasn't. But board members can certainly give feedback on the trees. Certainly the trees were a nice element, but I accept what you're saying as well for safety.
Okay. The next comment number 7. I guess there was a typo on our cover sheet. We indicated 120 seats, whereas there's actually 110 proposed seats, 90 interior, 20 exterior. However, you do still come out with the same parking requirement that was indicated for 110 seats, and you get to a number of 44. Next comment number 8. You indicated that we now propose hairpin striping throughout the park, throughout the site, which is compliant with the municipal ordinance. The next, you also kind of indicated that you feel that we kind of improve the access off Route 22, providing an unimpeded access way where if they want to go straight, they can, or simultaneously make a left off of Route 22. Comment number 9 was the EV charging stations and the distance from the building. As I indicated previously, we proposed these the 7 spaces, I guess, on the northern side of the property towards Hillside, just past the drive-through entrance. And we did so, as I said, to provide basically so it doesn't interfere with the high turnover of the parking stalls. And due to the fact that any EV vehicle will spend a little bit more time on site than a normal gas car. We did actually provide propose the EV charging stations directly adjacent to the sidewalk. So anybody that wants to park there, you know, they have a safe travel distance to the proposed building.
Vincent, if we could just go back to number 8, that stop sign I referenced, the bottom of that.
Yes. Sorry, I missed that. Yes, so there is a stop sign that inadvertently was on the site plan. No problem to remove it. Agreed.
I think Jay Troutman picked up on that as well.
Yep, I saw that in his, as well as a few others that are a little mislabeled.
Okay, thank you.
Then comment number 10, you're agreeing that we are providing 31 feet of landscape area from the face of curb to the proposed, or I guess the existing western property line. You're noting that we're not proposing any new fencing along this area. And again, that's due to, we don't want to provide any conflict for any not emergency vehicle, any service vehicle for the electric, for the utility poles, for the overhead wire that's back there. We feel that the proposed landscaping with the dense screening of the proposed evergreen trees will provide a significant visual from the residents adjacent to the property. There's no new comment on item 11, which was for the proposed height of the trash enclosure. You're noting that we're providing 148 new trees, a little over 500 proposed shrubs, and that there's a variance for insignificant landscaping. And then you're also noting that we need a landscape variance for ordinance section 35-24.1G, which is for a continuous row of parking spaces. If you have a continuous row of 15 parking spaces, you need a interior landscape island. And we're actually going to update our plan to comply with that. There's only 2 current parking islands that don't comply. It is I forget how many there are, but it's directly across the way from the proposed Chick-fil-A building on the interior island. I think there's 22. So if we basically cut that in half, we'll have 11 and 10. And then simultaneously, there's 28 parking stalls along Route 22. We can again accommodate to comply with the ordinance. I did have a question for you on the insignificant landscaping and the variances that were required. I wasn't sure if that was the only variance that you picked up on. When I was looking through the ordinance, I think there was 5% of I think parking stalls had to have trees, which I think we comply with. So I wasn't sure if there was something else that that you noted that I may have overlooked.
No, on the revision, that was the remaining variance. I think you did document the interior percentage landscaping and it was over 5.
Okay. Okay, perfect. All right. So I think that that relief will be removed. Comment number 13, you indicated that the light spillage along the western portion of the property along Hillside Ave has been reduced to be minimized, which I'm glad you agree with that. The next item number 14, or comment number 14, you're just indicating the two proposed ground signs, the one monument sign that's located along Hillside, and then the one pylon sign that's located along Route 22. Comment number 15, you're just indicating that we are now proposing sidewalk along Hillside Ave for the entire frontage. And then you're also indicating that we are providing granite curb for the interior parking lot field. And I just want to clarify, we are still proposing concrete curb for the drive-through lane. And that's due to the fact that Chick-fil-A has installed granite curb within the drive-through lane, but due to kind of how it's a little jagged and it's not basically flush, that they have found, if cars rub along the curbing, they kind of have blowouts and lead to cars, being stalling in the drive-through lane and kind of clogging up the operation. So we are still proposing concrete within the drive-through lane. Comment number 16, you are agreeing with our proposed engineer's report for sanitary sewer flow, and we are decreasing the overall flow from existing conditions. Comment number 17, the revised layout provides only one curb cut along along Hillside Ave. As we touched on a handful of times, you are consolidating them into one centralized curb cut. And then the next one is you kind of already touched on what you already said previously, that you kind of feel the overall site circulation is improved, which I agree with. It provides from either roadway a clear, concise route to get to the drive-through lane or the parking field for the proposed building. You also are indicating you want one-way drive aisles at Route 22 ingress, and the do not enter should be clarified. Are you talking about at the drive-through exit, or are you talking about the ingress off Route 22?
At the exit, I just think the directions, the way the signs were noted on the plan were maybe not pointed in the right direction.
Yes, and I believe the traffic engineer's letter noted that as well. We're going to update the plan to provide a sign on the backside of each sign for the stop sign, and so you could see that there's going to be a do not enter on the other side of each sign as well. Not currently shown on this exhibit, but you did note that the graphic representation for the arrows and the drive-through for each lane kind of helps direct any customer into the drive-through lane.
And in that central intersection there, if you point your cursor there, yep.
Yep.
So is there any additional signage or striping directing where the drive-through is? So somebody coming off a Hillside, that's going to be their first stopping point.
Correct. Yes. So
obvious.
So we can definitely add additional wayfinding signs from the main drive aisle centralized of the site off Hillside and along Route 22 that basically have where the drive-through is, go straight, I would envision also a left turn from the Route 22 access, and simultaneously from the Hillside Ave, a right indicating arrow for the drive-through lane. We could definitely work with you to get sufficient wayfinding signs, but we have no problem adding that. Comments 18 through 19. They're traffic related comments. There wasn't, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to talk about on there. You just kind of indicated your observations from the Chick-fil-A at Watchung and the queuing length there. I think comment number 20, at the Union site, you noticed there was 36 vehicles within the on their proposed, or I guess on their existing store, whereas the proposed site can accommodate over 36 cars within the drive-through lanes, and that's just at a dead stop condition. You know, if everybody is parked in there, we could queue more than 36 cars.
Yeah, it was really just an effort to confirm the queue length, and that, you know, I must have done 20, 25 observations between the two sites, and none of them exceeded the 39 vehicle at any time. I had only one that was over the 30 vehicles. That's all, statement of fact.
Okay, that's had a feeling, just wanted to clarify. And then the next comments, 21 through 26, they're just stormwater related. Upon final approval, if there's any tweaks needed to the site or anything like that, we will provide an updated stormwater management report. As I indicated before, from the existing conditions to what you see in front of you, we are significantly reducing the overall impervious number. I believe it's over an acre, which significantly reduces the overall peak runoff rate that the state requires. And that concludes your letter.
Right. And perhaps, I know we have our traffic engineer, but we could touch on the, as they relate to site configuration, like the Jay Troutman's memo from McDonough Ray Associates from today.
Sure. Just give me a second. I thought I had it open, but I think I closed it.
And while we're waiting for that, Steve, I just didn't mention this before, but we're not going to take new testimony after 9.
Hold on. Yeah, I did speak to Bruce about that, and I figured that's certainly fine. You start early, which is nice. Thanks, though, Madam Chair.
All right, I have it open. All right. So comment number 1, they would like a truck circulation plan, so you can kind of see the deliveries that would be provided for the proposed store. We actually do have an exhibit for the. Bear with me another second, for the proposed delivery route that will be done. Sorry, right before the meeting, all my exhibits closed. All right, everybody could see the screen. So the site will use a tractor trailer, which is similar to other stores. We will, the tractor trailer, I know it's labeled eastbound, but we will be traveling westbound on the site. Enter in the existing ingress for the curb cut that's there. We'll travel in the western direction towards the building. We'll park in, we'll just park in the drive aisle of the, in front of the row of 28 spaces. What they will actually end up doing, and let me back up for a second. These deliveries will occur at night while the store is closed. So they will not impact operations or early morning if anybody likes to grab the breakfast there. And what this vehicle has is what's called a key drop system. So they actually have a key that's to the store. So as they park the vehicle in the drive aisle in front of the row of 28, they will actually park the vehicle. They'll shut off the engine. So there's not any idling noise or anything like that. And what they typically do as well is shut off the freezers and wheel everything in via hand cart. So they will, as I said, they will park in the aisle. They will wheel everything up in front of the building by the handicap stalls, and then travel in the western direction to the door in the middle of the proposed building on the north side, which is near the trash enclosure. This will happen maybe 30-40 minutes. Once they're done wheeling everything in, they will, get back in the truck and exit the site via the existing egress along Route 22.
Vince, let's mark that A5, and that's called truck turning exhibit.
Yes, this is called truck circulation exhibit. It's dated 1/3/2022. It's going to be marked as exhibit A5 1/18/2022.
Great, thank you.
Next is comment number 2. It's
Excuse Vince, you can get a trash truck back to that dumpster as well?
correct. And
Okay.
if you want, we can definitely provide a truck, a trash truck and a fire truck, which coincides with your comment number 2. We'll just work with the township fire official to get their fire truck turning template. But yes, the site can access the trash enclosure, no problem as well.
Thank you.
Welcome. So we just touched on comment number 2. Comment number 3 is is in regards to the overall parking number that we're proposing. As I indicated previously, we are decreasing it from 289 down to 166, which and plus 7 EV stalls. So we're significantly reducing it from the original development. And I believe, as John mentioned before, just due to the size of this parcel and kind of maximizing the layout and the acreage is kind of what you see here. Now, I guess we could kind of discuss the land bank stalls, but I know some of the other professionals were not in favor of them for this uniqueness of the site, of kind of how you have everything positioned to align for the main drive aisle. I would envision that even if we did land bank the stalls, it would be on the eastern portion of the site. But I would also I would want to keep these stalls under proposed development due to what Mr. Martinez said last month, just for maintenance purposes. For if you land bank it, it's going to have to be grass, it's going to have to be irrigated. Whereas and it's also kind of closed off for the drive aisles. And in addition, if anybody doesn't want to park, next to the building, which I couldn't imagine why, maybe they have a really nice vehicle, they want to park on the outskirts, a little away from the overall function of the site, they can do so at the eastern portion of the parking field.
I mean, I would leave that up to the board. I just saw a nice way to sort of tee off some of those intersections and started having all those four-way intersections inside there. They would be, teed off if all that area to the east was greenery. But that's a bigger discussion, beyond me. It was just a suggestion now with this nice new clean layout that you gave us that kind of popped out at me in terms of reducing some of those four-way internal intersections and getting rid of parking that's really not needed.
Okay. Comment number 4 was regarding to the internal signage and the drive-through where there is, I believe there is there is a sign on the south side of the main drive aisle, and also another sign that's next to the stop bar for the internal main drive aisle that are currently unlabeled. And then there's simultaneously one across the way on the north side of it that's mislabeled. So Jay, to kind of answer your question, this is going to be a stop sign, and these two proposed signs are pedestrian crossing signs, just so anybody who's crossing the crosswalk, because this is going to be the main feed for the drive-through lane coming from Route 22 and Hillside. We want them to just be aware that there is the potential for pedestrians crossing at this intersection. And then I believe you also picked up on that there should be a stop sign eliminated along Route 22. No issue doing so, which I believe was comment number 5. And then I guess there's not a bar here for the signs on the back side of the stop sign for the do not enter signs, but we will add those to the plan. And I don't know what happened on this portion, but it is labeled eastbound on my files, but I guess on the submission file, it still says eastbound for some reason, but this has already been rectified. We are along Route 22 westbound side.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. And I guess I don't want to make Catherine have to talk, but Catherine, I don't think that we received a revised letter from you.
No, I did not see
Yeah.
the revised
Which is
letter.
fine. But are there? Obviously, at some point, our planner will testify. But are there any specific? Again, I don't want to make you talk much. I know you're not feeling well, but any specific items or sections of your report that you would like Mr. Kelly to address?
He had provided a response memo to my original memo. So what I wanted to do is there was some points of clarification that I think could be helpful for the board to consider for some of the requests that were made. And so I'll just pull them up for right now.
Madam Chair, is that okay for you to let all your professionals? And
Yes.
great, thank you.
Thank you. And so the first was it's on page 9 of the report. I believe you just copied over my section E, and then it's letter C, which talks about the setback. I know the setback line has changed from what I had included here, but it had made the request that the canopy doesn't have walls, only a roof and fixed columns, and it's open. And so they wanted a further request of the review of the proposed canopy to determine if the variance is required.
Yes.
I just wanted to note that the definition section in the land use ordinance provides that an accessory use or structure, which this normally would be, if it is, excuse me, if it is attached to the principal structure by any means, it's going to be considered part of the principal structure, and it says specifically for the purposes of determining all bulk requirements. And so that's why it's been included as part of the setback for the principal building. I also wanted to note, excuse me, on page 12 of the report under number 7, the additional canopy that was not included. It was an accessory structure, but I had made a question in my original report as if the building coverage included the canopies in the total. I know there's quite a bit of room under the building coverage allowance in the ordinance for the zone, but it was more a point of, including it if it needs to be included. The ordinance does define building coverage as the percentage of a lot covered by buildings of any kind, as measured from the horizontal plane around the periphery of all building facades and including all area under any roof overhang. And so part of me still does question if we should be including both the canopies under the total building coverage for the site. The definition for building is a little bit, doesn't really help much in trying to tease this out of what would be considered. So the definition for building itself is a combination of materials to form a construction adapted to permanent, temporary, or continuous occupancy and having a roof. So again, it's unclear. I think to be safe, we probably should include the canopies under building coverage. And then as far as the other canopy, so the first canopy that when they come into the drive-through, I guess greeting canopy, I don't remember what it's called.
Meal delivery or meal ordering.
Face-to-face ordering, right?
Correct, yes.
So the face-to-face ordering canopy, that's still going to be considered an accessory structure and also requires a variance that wasn't originally identified. And I identified it in that memo, and it still stands as a variance. No accessory structures are permitted in this zone or non-residential zones.
Yep.
And I think that's all I had as far as reviewing the responses to my original memo. I probably, now that we've gotten through this, I have some other questions for the engineer, but we'll get to that when we open that up. So that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to note that we did, in our updated resubmission, we did include the canopies as the building coverage. As you indicated, we have the zone allows for a lot, and we still comply with it. And as part of my overall testimony, we were requesting the relief for the accessory structure for the face-to-face canopy as well. So thank you for that.
And sorry that I missed that it was included in the updated plans. The memo said that you did not include it initially, so I kind of glazed over that, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Madam Chair, I have no further direct questions of Mr. Kelly at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Before we get to, I'm going to open it up to the board members for questions. We'll have our professionals ask any additional questions that they may have, and then we will open it up to the public for questions of this witness. So I'm going to ask, and I know a couple of individuals had placed their questions into the Q&A. We are asking that the questions be asked during the public portion. And again, I'm going to ask the public, if you would like to speak or have questions, not speak, if you would like to ask questions of this witness, to please state your name and address in the Q&A. If you are on the phone, we're going to ask you to raise your hand pressing *9. But before we do that, I would like to take a 5-minute break, if that is okay with everybody, to just recharge. So, yes. So it is 7:45 and we will see everyone back here at 7:50. Thank you.
Please remember that the camera remains on, so if you close your video, then you won't be seen during the break.
Thanks, Bruce, as well as the volume, the microphone.
I'm gonna give it another minute and then we'll reconvene. So it looks like we're still missing two of the key players here, which would be the attorneys. Hi, Bruce. Hi, Steve. Okay, we're back.
Just before you begin, taking a look at the listing of the Q&A, just to make sure everyone is clear, you need to put your name and address in the Q&A to indicate you want to ask a question. So some people seem to be a little confused. Your name and address must go in there, so you'll be called on to ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, so we're back in session here, and I'm going to first open this up to our board members for any questions that they have of Mr. Kelly.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
Great, Mr. Hopsey.
The first question is regarding the sign on Hillside Avenue. How is that going to be illuminated?
It's going to be internally illuminated.
Is there any there's no special variance for an internally illuminated sign? I don't believe, but somebody could double check me. The other question I have regarding landscaping is you have the row of trees that you've moved back from the apartment complex, and then you have a green area in between.
Yes.
It seems that there's trees on both sides of that green area, and I'm just wondering, what is going to be able to grow there?
You're saying on
I guess little grass buffer there that you show.
Yep. So there is existing trees, but it's on the mountainside view apartment complex side of the property. And then there's a board-on-board fence that straddles the property line for the entirety of the western portion of the property. We're basically just proposing the green area between our proposed evergreen trees and the western portion of the property line to be just grass area. We are not proposing any additional landscaping in there, and that's due to the utility poles that run along this property line. So if the electric company needs to, they can service the poles adequately.
I understand. I'm just asking, will you actually be able to grow grass in that little strip there between the two rows of high trees?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And then I have some traffic question regarding safety, but I think I'll wait for the traffic expert. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Mark, please.
Mr. Kelly, quick question for you regarding the parking lots that kind of parallel to the bank. I don't see any pedestrian markings. Like if they were to cross the traffic inflow that comes in from 22 to make it to the drive lanes, there's no pedestrian markings for the people that would be coming from that parking across to this crosswalk.
You're saying for the sidewalk along Hillside?
No, the parallel here,
The bank?
the bank, yeah, that crossing, if I was parked in the parking lots that are further away from what we consider the main parking lot.
Yep.
Crossing over where there's high volume of traffic, there's no markings for those pedestrians that would be crossing over to there, correct?
That's actually a good comment. And what we can actually do is provide a sidewalk that connects into the internal sidewalk, and in turn will identify their crosswalk as well for the striping. So you understand and people note that there's a safe passageway for the internal drive aisle for anybody on the outskirts.
Okay, yes,
That's a good comment.
Okay, one other question I have, with the Hillside Avenue entrance exit, the tree, the shrubs and trees that will be on the side closer going to Mountain Avenue. I can't really tell how far they sit back, but does that interfere with the site triangles of going in and out of that parking lot?
It does not. It's a little hard to see on this plan, but I'll identify it for you. Our site triangle does something like this. Can you see it in red?
Yes, yes.
And the site triangle is located, or I guess the proposed trees are located outside of the site triangle.
Okay, that's what I couldn't really tell by,
Yeah, it's a little
the way
hard
it
to
was
see.
illustrated, whether they would interfere with, going in and out of the parking lot at that point. Okay. That's all my questions on regarding the parking.
Thank you, Mayor. Other board members?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
one quick question. I know previously the Chick-fil-A rep had mentioned that this parking lot or this property could be used for an alternative, or not an alternative, an additional occupant. I assume you have a contingency plan, or are you going to have to come back and completely redo everything? Because I'm seeing a bunch of parking and it's all beautiful with landscaping, but that's still in the back of my mind.
It's a good question.
I
Right
can
now,
actually answer that if you want. Yeah, we
Sure.
would have to come back.
that's what I was going to say. We will have to come back. We don't have any contingency plan at this time.
That was all I had for Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And any other members of the board with questions for Mr. Kelly?
I have a question, but perhaps it's not for Mr. Kelly. Perhaps council could answer it, but let's say you don't find another occupant for the more open side of the property where the additional space is the farther part of the lot. What's the idea as to what that lot is going to be used for, or what would be the purpose for it, if you were to explain it to us today?
You're saying if we don't find another user?
Right, based on what Mr. Martinez testified to on November 30th, what's the purpose of those spots?
To kind of piggyback off what Mr. Martinez testified last month, the purpose of those spots were basically to kind of maximize the site. So if there does ever warrant a second user, that for markability purposes, they can kind of show them the main drive aisle, where their building would be positioned, along with the parking field that is out there.
Right, but what if you don't find a second user?
We can, we're gonna have Mr. Martinez come back up at some point, but so I think he can address that in more detail, but essentially, they really want to see how the site's going to function with just Chick-fil-A at this time and get that under their belt. And that's why no other use was proposed at this time.
But you want the spots there notwithstanding?
At least, yeah, that's what our site plan shows, yeah.
Any other questions? No, that's it. Any other board members with questions for the witness? Okay, I'm going to open it up to our professionals. Mr. Disco?
Just one confirmation, really. The landscaping that's along the existing trees along Hillside Avenue, are they targeted to be replaced, or is the landscaping plan supplementing them?
The existing landscaping along Hillside will be replaced with the proposed landscaping that you see. And that's only due to the existing landscaping along Hillside is kind of spread out. And if we were to kind of supplement with the evergreen to get the visual buffer that we're looking for, we have concerns that the existing trees may not survive being planted, and they kind of will fight for each other for survival.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. So I appreciate all the efforts that have been taken to modify the site plan and to mitigate some of the impacts that were identified at the last meeting and in our review memos. My main question really is related to the, and I guess maybe part of it will have to wait for if there's a traffic expert that's going to testify. But the reconfiguration of the parking lot includes pretty much all of the entryways off of 2022, or I mean the one entryway, but then the separate entryways within the parking lot to each of the parking areas now have somewhat of a curved radius. And in particular, the one right as you get off of 22, which you've identified as the main way to get to the drive-through, is a curved entrance like that something that's typically done or seen off of a highway like this?
It's kind of to answer your question, it's kind of to the uniqueness of the existing roadway of Route 22 and the parcel itself. Typically at intersections, you want them to have a teed intersection instead of on this site. If you brought the stop sign parallel with Route 22, they'd really have to look over their shoulder for cars coming, I guess, westbound or eastbound to westbound. Whereas where we teed it here, they have a clear line of sight for any motorist traveling east to westbound that's parallel with Route 22. The traffic engineer could, I guess, speak a little bit more intelligently than I can to that nature, but typically for a site like this, you would want a teed up intersection.
No, and I think that the intersections definitely show some more control as far as teeing them off from what was previously shown, where they were kind of like wide open to each of the entrances. But
Yep.
My concern really is coming off of 22, that the curb cut into the site and then another curve into that main entryway. If the driver does decide that they do have other options, but if they even do decide to go that, which is going to be the main route, it does. I do have some concerns about the speed they're coming in at, and then having to kind of adjust to that curve on the way in. My it kind of goes hand in hand here. And this is why I said a portion of it goes with the traffic engineer and a portion of it is more so, I think, or maybe with you and with Chick-fil-A as far as the site layout. And I brought this up at the last meeting, in particular to the building being located at the only property line with a residential neighbor. But now I'm bringing it up as, a site design issue with maybe the entryway and still the most optimal and safe route to get to the drive-through from the 22 entrance. And I think, even this mitigation, even this design as an improvement from the last site plan I do still have some concerns about how it is designed, as I just expressed. And I do think that having a wide open site, proposing to demolish all the structures on the site and reconfigure the parking area, all of this carefulness has been brought to that design, but then the building, as I was told at the last meeting, really was for visibility purposes, was positioned on this portion of the site, and you have a wide open site. And I think from a safety perspective, we really need to be careful about what the entrance off of a major highway looks like into the site. And because we do have a wide open site here, I think something needs to give here and something needs to be reconfigured to make sure that everyone feels comfortable, myself, the board members, the public, about, excuse me, that entrance off of 22. And so I just wanted to bring that up and have it be a consideration for the professionals from Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dovetail onto what she just said. It's regarding the traffic. When you are coming off out of the parking lot that's parallel, and that drive is parallel to Route 22, and you come to that stop sign, my concern is somebody coming off the highway at 45 miles an hour, that person at that stop sign is going to have to almost look behind them to see if there's a car coming off of Route 22. And I see this as being a very hazardous situation right here when somebody's, pulling off the highway.
Are you referring to the
I'm
stop?
talking about somebody coming along, going west in that parking lot, coming to this stop sign, and then they proceed and somebody comes flying off the highway and broadsides them in their car. I think that's a dangerous situation there. But I'm not a traffic expert. That's what I was going to ask your traffic expert about.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Hochstein, I think that's definitely one of my concerns as well. And why I bring up the lot configuration and the layout of the site is it's getting to that drive-through entrance is kind of the key right now. And it's not very usual that you have to navigate a parking lot like this to get to a drive-through for most fast food restaurants. And I think, probably this is just my assumption, is it was done to maximize the queuing, for visibility on the site. But I think what you just brought up, what I expressed, is that we need to figure out something a little bit more creative, because we do have a wide open site, in order to avoid, any kind of concern about, someone coming off of 22 quickly, and what it could mean for, not only internal circulation and other vehicles, but also pedestrians on the site. And it's my main concern right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Catherine. Mr. Troutman, Jay, any questions or comment at this time?
Nothing from me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, board members, anything further before I open it up to public questions? None. Apu, let's start with, I'm going to go down the line from the Q&A as to members of the public to call in. But before I do that, do you have any members telephonically that raised their hand?
No.
And again, if you are by telephone to raise your hand, you can hit *9. Sorry, Apu.
No, at this time, everybody with their hand raised is not telephone.
Okay. Let's start with, and I'm going to ask Apu, please, as I go down the list, if you can just make sure that I get to everybody and that I didn't miss anyone, but I'm going to start with, and if I butcher anyone's name, I apologize. My name is very difficult. My maiden name is very difficult to pronounce, so people butcher it all the time, so I do apologize, but Usman Abdullah. And Mr. Kelly, if you could just turn off your screen share for right now. If we need to pull it up, we could, we could pull it up. Please. Thank you.
Welcome.
Do we have Usman Abdullah?
I did click the promote the panelist option, so Mr. Abdullah, oh, there he comes.
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening to all of you. Basically, I have.
I'm sorry, Mr. Abdullah, just for the record, can you state your name and your address once you're on the record here? And for all questioners, please do that as well. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Usman Abdullah. Do you want my video on? Is that necessary? Do you need the video on?
Yeah, I think if you could keep the video on, that would be helpful. Yes.
My name is Usman Abdullah. My address is 4 Holly Mews, Berkeley Heights, New Jersey, 07922. I have a property across the street, and I guess that's my interest in this project. Mr. Kelly, if I heard you correctly, you said you need a variance for the drive-through.
If I can interrupt just one sec, if we could get the address of the property, that would be helpful.
20 Hillside Avenue.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Was I correct when you said you need a variance for the drive-through, Mr. Kelly?
That is correct.
Okay, I went by, I don't eat at Chick-fil-A, but I've seen the crowds that back up on Route 22 at Chick-fil-A and how they mess up the traffic. So today, and a couple of days ago, I went to Chick-fil-A. I parked my car, went inside.
Mr. Abdullah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This portion is for questions of the witness only. There'll be a portion later.
Yes, he mentioned that he needs a variance, and I'm bringing this up regarding the variance.
Okay, thank you.
So I went into Chick-fil-A, and basically it's a property with a built-up area of about 3,000 to 3,500 square feet, out of which about 2,000 square feet is left for dining, open area where you can put tables. I found a total of 6 tables over there and 7 people eating at those tables. When I came outside, there were probably 28 to 30 cars parked, which were waiting to go through the drive-through. So assuming that each car had 2 people or 1.5 or whatever it is, 42, that means for every 1 person who eats inside, there are 6 to 7 people who go to the drive-through. So Chick-fil-A is basically a drive-through restaurant. It's not a sit-down type of restaurant. There were basically only 6 tables with 7 people sitting over there. And you're not going to see any difference in Springfield. Springfield is Union's neighbor. So basically, by building a 5,000 square foot or so-called 5,000 square foot restaurant, you're doing nothing. All you're doing is...
Mr. Abdullah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Do you have a question for?
Yeah, the question is that the restaurant cannot exist without the drive-through. Will they build a restaurant without a drive-through? The drive-through is what? It's like putting the building is the lipstick, the drive-through is the pig, and they need the pig to put the lipstick. Will they put the lipstick without the pig? I'd like to know. And at the same time, to have 38 cars idling over there for half an hour at a time, what is it going to do to the atmosphere over there? What is it going to do to the people who live in single family, multi-family housing over there? What is it going to do to the people who live over there, work in that area? It's going to destroy that whole area. And then, Mr. Kelly, you also
Mr.
said,
Abdullah, I'm sorry. Questions only. I hear two questions. One, will they build the restaurant if they cannot get the drive-through? And second of all, what will the effect of all the cars idling be on the area? So why don't we let the witness answer those two questions?
sure.
If the witness can answer, the witness may not be able to answer both of those questions.
Yeah, I would say that both of those questions are beyond the scope of what he testified to. Certainly, if when we recall Mr. Martinez, he can address those questions.
Okay, so Mr. Hale, I'm going to ask that you make a note of those two questions that Mr.
Sure.
Abdullah has so that Mr. Martinez can address them when he is recalled.
I also have more questions
you.
on what Mr. Kelly testified. Mr. Kelly also said in his own words that when there is trash, food trash that is thrown around, that people will be employed to go around maybe approximately once every hour to pick up the trash. And in the meantime, low-level shrubs will collect the trash during that hour. So all the vermin and the rodents and the mice and the rats are going to say, oh boy, let's wait. The low-level shrubs are collecting the trash, or collecting the food. So let's stay away from this area because we don't have any business in this area. You're going to infest this whole place with rats and rodents.
Yeah,
Mr. Abdullah, I'm sorry, but you have to limit it to questions, please. There will be a time.
Are you planning to infest this area with rats and rodents?
We are not.
Then how are you going to keep it clean? If you are sending someone once an hour to clean it up, you think the rats and rodents are not going to eat during that 1 hour? The low-level shrubs are going to collect it? From when did low-level shrubs start eating food?
Okay, so what I'm hearing from Mr. Abdullah, and I believe this is the question, is and again, I think Mr. Martinez addressed this in his initial testimony, but since he will be called back, I believe he would be the person, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hale, to answer this. But the question is with respect to trash pickup and how they will keep the property clean. And so I think that was addressed in previous testimony, but since Mr. Martinez is coming back, we can have him address that question when he is recalled.
Okay, and since the board members brought up traffic on Route 22, what about traffic on Hillside Avenue? You're building this directly opposite, you got the egress and ingress directly opposite Commerce Street. You know that Commerce Street leads to a light industrial area. How many trucks come in and out of Commerce Street every day, Mr. Kelly?
Right. This, again, we have a traffic engineer that's going to testify, and Mr. Kelly that was not within the scope of his direct testimony. But it certainly will be answered. We're going to have a traffic engineer.
There is a traffic engineer that will be called, Mr. Abdul, and if you have questions concerning the traffic, you can ask them at that time. Do you have any other questions for this witness with respect to the testimony that he presented this evening?
I'm looking through my notes. You can go ahead with somebody else. In the meantime, if I do, I will put my name in the chat button again.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next member of the public that I'm going to call upon is Andrea Tobias. Good evening, Andrea. If you could unmute and if you're able to turn your camera on. There should be a button at the
Okay.
bottom of your Zoom.
I
Yeah.
just unmuted. I can't seem to get a picture, however. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry I can't get a picture.
That's
So
okay. Please just state your name and address for the record.
Andrea Tobias, 1284 Barbara Avenue, Union, New Jersey.
Thank you. You may proceed with your questions.
Okay, I have a twofold question, but the first and foremost part was, I was curious in terms of a Barnes & Noble longstanding lease. I know they've been an active member and a coveted member in the Springfield community for many years. I didn't understand how this all came to pass in the first place. Is their lease about to be up? Did they petition to get out of a lease? I was a little unclear. And the second part of my question sort of hinges on knowing the answer to the first part.
And again,
I
this,
do not, sorry, yeah, Mr.
yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
This is not within the scope of the professional engineer's testimony.
Okay.
So if Mr. Hale, I think Mr. Martinez may be able to answer that, may not be able to answer that, but this is not a question that can be answered by Mr. Kelly.
So is there anyone there who is willing or able at this point to explain to the community why the proposal of putting a Chick-fil-A in the space of a Barnes & Noble is even a viable option if nobody knows, or if the public is not aware of whether indeed Barnes & Noble is still in a contract and has asked to get out of one? Will they be kicked out of a contract? I'd just like to know the ramifications and how the whole thing came to pass to get more of an understanding of exactly what's happening. It's been a longstanding, wonderful space and place to have in any community, and people from all of the other communities around the area in New Jersey frequent that store and come out of it well enriched. So it does matter to me as someone who goes there quite frequently, as did my unfortunately deceased life partner of many years. It matters to me to know whether the Springfield community is attempting to oust them, or if they've asked to be ousted, or if their lease is just up and will naturally be in a situation where they may or may not be renewed.
I can't give you any specifics, but what I can tell you is that the property is privately owned. The owner of the property is entitled to proceed as he wishes, obviously within the law. It's really a private matter between the owner and Barnes & Noble and the applicant as to how legally that change is going to be made. I can't speculate on it, but I hope that gives you some kind of answer. Essentially, I don't know, and I'm not sure there's a way that we're legally entitled to know unless somebody from one of the private parties makes it public. I hope that gives you at least some idea.
It did, and then the last part of my question would simply be if somebody wanted to just lodge a protest on the strength of the store that's already there and the service it performs for the community, where would one go to do that? I thought this would be the avenue or vehicle for which we could do that, but apparently it's not. But I was very glad to be on and hear everything that has transpired so far tonight.
Thank you.
So is there some way to lodge a protest if one wanted to, or to express an opinion about why or why not someone thought one should be thought of over the other in that space?
The Board of Adjustment, who you're speaking to tonight, their legal obligation, their only ability is to take a view of this application and determine under law whether it will or will not be granted. In the sense that you've spoken tonight, opposing Barnes & Noble leaving, that's become a public statement, but I don't know that there's any avenue to make a complaint about a private legal agreement between the current owner and whomever his tenant is going to be. Again, I'm sorry I can't give you a better answer.
No, thank you. I appreciate your answer. Thank you for listening and
Thank you.
taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the next person up for public questions of this witness is Andrew Schwartz.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Chair or Mr. Hale, I mean, if just a point of information that may be helpful to all of the public here, it wasn't made clear at the start of the evening who the intended witnesses are. I'd rather not waste the public's time, the board's time, Mr. Kelly's time, if there are other witnesses who are going to be called who are more apt to answer my questions. Perhaps that could be clarified before I start.
Yeah, we have, in addition, Mr. Kelly is our site engineer. Obviously, Mr. Martinez last time testified as to the operational information, and we have a traffic engineer and a professional planner.
Okay.
Mr. Schwartz, just for the record, please, your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Andrew Schwartz, 164 Wentz Avenue, Springfield.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Bruce. Mr. Kelly, did I hear correctly at the start of your testimony that you've been a licensed engineer in New Jersey for just 2 years?
That's correct.
And what were you doing before you were a licensed engineer? Because I think there was a gap between when you, did you say you graduated college in 11?
2011, that's correct. I was practicing under professional licensed engineers for the duration since I was hired in, I think, June of 2011 till now.
But it's only since approximately 2019 that you've personally been licensed.
That is correct.
Have you done any work previously for Chick-fil-A?
That is correct. Yes, I have. I've been working on Chick-fil-A sites for approximately 8 years.
Is that exclusively what you do?
No.
What percentage of your professional work is dedicated to Chick-fil-A?
At least 70, 75%.
And you testified, I understand you're the site engineer, you're not the planner or traffic. So if they are more appropriate witnesses for my questions, please do say so that we don't get bogged down here. I want to focus on the curb cut on Hillside, which you testified from a site engineering perspective has now been changed so that there is one curb cut to allow ingress and egress. Do I have that right?
That's correct. There's currently 2 existing curb cuts along Hillside. We're consolidating them to one curb cut.
Now you designed that, but was it the site engineer or someone else who made the decision that that's appropriate?
It was a joint effort.
Okay, and was consideration given to the flow of traffic then by you in moving that to one curb cut from multiple curb cuts?
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, let me try and rephrase it. As a site engineer, did you give any consideration to the benefit to the property versus the detriment to the surrounding community by having just a single curb cut at that location?
Right. He can ask, but that's, in essence, that's a loaded question.
Yeah.
Andrew. So I mean, he can, if you want to ask him, did he, what went into the decision to reduce it from 2 to 1 curb cut? But
well, I thought that's what I was doing, Mr. Hale, is that I'm curious as to what his involvement was as a site engineer in making the decision, because he said it was a joint decision as to that curb cut and what benefit or detriment it has to the Hillside community.
Yeah, that's not a problem. The way you phrased it was that it's providing on-site but benefits and off-site detriment. So with this, your rephrased question, I have no problem if he attempts to answer.
Yes, at the previous hearing, there was residents that are on the opposite side of Hillside Ave that had concerns for the access locations on the northwest side and along the northeast side as well. So to, I guess, remove some traffic circulation patterns away from the single family residence on the opposite side of Hillside, we now have one centralized location that is just outside of the closest resident.
Okay, did you, as the site engineer, give any consideration in making that adjustment to how the traffic is going to back up either way on Hillside
The
at
traffic,
that single cut?
That's a good question. The traffic engineer can address that via his testimony.
And then I think most of my other questions go to the site planner and the engineer, but I did have one. In reconfiguring the property, if I heard you correctly, you testified about the impervious surface percentage.
Yes.
And that it is still over the maximum impervious percentage, impervious surface percentage allowed. Did I hear that right?
You did hear that right. That is correct. We are still asking for relief for 66.9% impervious coverage. However, we are significantly reducing it from the existing impervious coverage of 89.9%.
Yet you have the one area closer to the bank where you have those parking spaces that are currently, if I understand the business model, aren't expected to be used for Chick-fil-A customers. Do I have that correct?
No, Chick-fil-A customers can park anywhere there is a parking field on the proposed layout.
But if the parking field closest to the bank were made pervious surface instead of left as impervious, would that impact the required number of spaces for this site?
In what aspect? If
you eliminated the parking spaces closest to that bank side of the lot and made that pervious instead of impervious surface, and thus not requiring a variance on that issue, would it impact the required parking for the site?
It would not.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for this witness. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. The next member of the public that I'm going to call forward is Isis Stevens.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Isis Stevens, 56 Hillside Avenue. And I guess, again, with the question, as someone who doesn't really know anything about this, it's a little confusing as to what can be asked and answered by the traffic engineer as opposed to the expert that testified today. So my questions are basically following up on a question that somebody had from the board. The future, any future building, any future tenant that may go in that area, where would they go? What side?
So, I mean, I would envision them going on the east side of the property near the bank, mostly due to the configuration of the existing site. But it is also dependent on the proposed tenant if one does come to the site.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say it's all tenant kind of based.
Which again, there's no idea as to who, when, what, nothing, right?
Nothing.
Okay, now with that in mind and still thinking that someone may come in, would the landscaping change? Like all the pretty trees and pretty shrubbery that's gonna cover, is that gonna go bye-bye?
So the interior lot, I would say it will be reconfigured. I don't want to say it will be just flat out eliminated. I would envision that additional landscaping islands would be provided around the additional use. However, the proposed screening and everything that we're providing along Hillside and along the western property line, I would envision that not being touched at all.
Envision, or is that not happening? There's a possibility.
I don't want to say I would say it's a very low likelihood of that ever happening, especially along the western property line where the Chick-fil-A is. Since if a second user ever comes about, they, their business operation, everything like that, will still remain intact.
Okay. The other question that I have, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're still trying to get a variance to get a sign up on the Hillside Avenue?
That's correct.
All right. Is that necessary? I mean, everyone that lives in Springfield is going to know that there's a Chick-fil-A there, and everyone that travels on Route 22 will see the sign for the Route 22 entrance. So is that truly necessary?
I feel it is necessary, mostly for anybody traveling along Hillside Ave. If they, I guess, come off of the Route 22 before the main entrance to the site, as they're traveling from eastbound to westbound, to safely identify where the site actually is and make a, stop and make a left-hand turn into the site, I feel it is necessary.
All right. And you said that would be internally lit?
It will be internally lit. There's not going to be any spotlight lighting up the plan or anything, but similar to other quick service restaurants or ID signs, from a nighttime perspective to it's similar to other uses.
Right. All right. And I guess wanted to voice again my concern, and I know that somebody else brought it up too, regarding the entrance to Route 22 from Route 22. That configuration just does not look safe to me at all. As it almost looks like a four-way stop when you're coming in from a highway, and people are traveling really. I don't know. I know that you guys have been doing the research and whatnot, but someone that lives right by 22, that would be very prone to an accident, and that will also mess up the people that are coming out of Hillside Avenue to try to get onto 22. So, can we look? Is there any way to have another configuration, I guess, of that entry point of the parking lot?
Sorry, but I'm gonna have to defer to the traffic engineer on that one.
All right. That's one last question. And again, I don't know if you would be the person, and I think that they mentioned it before, but I just wanted to verify because this is still ongoing. How long would construction take?
I think to construct the building, I don't want to give an exact time frame, but typically it's around, I think, 22 weeks. But I think Mr. Martinez can speak to that a little bit more intelligently. But that from what I recollect, that is their time frame.
Okay. As far as questions, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next member of the public is Michael Bartosh.
I apologize. I think I picked the wrong mic.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I don't know if she missaid my name or, I don't know. Can y'all see me?
We cannot see you. Oh,
How's
yes.
it going?
Hi.
How you doing?
Good evening. Your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Michael Schiffman. I live on 18 Benjamin Drive, Springfield, New Jersey.
Okay, so Opu, just don't dismiss the other Michael so that I can still see him in the Q&A.
I'm actually searching for him. He may have logged off. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, seems I got lucky.
Okay.
I'll be quick, sorry.
Yep.
Mr. Kelly, just a couple questions. How many variances are you applying for as the engineer?
As the total number, or is there any specific variance?
No, the total number of variances you're applying for,
I don't
including the
know.
drive-through.
Don't know that number off the top of my head. I could definitely get it for you. But
That's great. A whole bunch of my follow-up questions kind of come around that, as in, you said you've essentially been working for Chick-fil-A for the last 11 years, it seemed like.
Roughly 8.
8 years. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So of the 8 years, this particular project, I mean, from my perspective, from what I do, I know nothing about all this, right? So I'm just trying to wrap my whole head around it.
Sure.
And it seems like a massive project, right? It seems like 180 parking lots. We're talking about a 5,700 square foot building. We want to get a drive-through that's going to be able to hold all of those cars. I drive past that Chick-fil-A on 22 every day. It is insane. Everybody drives past it. Obviously, those are our concerns, right? You're coming to our neighborhood now. It was 2 miles up the road. Now you're about 1,200 feet from my home. And we're going to have cars backed up Hillside. We're going to have cars backed up 22. I mean, any traffic. Sorry, let me try to get to the question.
Sure.
And I just want to understand, in terms of magnitude, how big is this compared to your 8 years of experience working for Chick-fil-A? How many variances, how large is this project in comparison to all the other projects you've done?
When
To clarify, I think there's actually separate questions there, so.
Thank you. So I guess my question is, in scale, is this one of the largest projects that you've been involved in engineering?
As for a Chick-fil-A or just an entire site?
No, Chick-fil-A. This is
Just Chick-fil-A? Honestly, yes. So this site, what they are proposing, and which Mr. Martinez testified to last month, is the uniqueness of this site, that they, with their ever-growing business model, how you kind of already spoke to a little bit about the existing site up the roadway, that, obviously businesses kind of evolve over time. They have lessons learned. And that's kind of what we've taken over the years and implied to this site, is the kind of the dual drive-through lane, the position of the site, or the building, excuse me, the length of the drive-through lane, for a lot of these concerns that you are, alluding to, for, stacking outside of the drive-through lane, potentially spilling onto both roadways, everything like that. We have designed it in such a way where, we feel very comfortable based on, even the site up the street, and as other ones that we have identified in the surrounding area that we know are a little bit busier than other stores, that what you see here in front of you today will have no issue accommodating the proposed drive-through demand, not just now, but in future conditions as well, and obviously adequately parked.
Okay, I mean, you've addressed my concern about how large it is, and
yep.
I want it for the record. I'm sorry, I forgot the lawyer's name. What was it, Brian? I'm sorry, terribly sorry. I would like to know how many variances you're applying for, and I'd like the board to look over and say, hey, this is a massive production, and this is in our backyards. So obviously the public is upset about it, and I want to talk about Mr. Sanchez's comment earlier. I just want to say I would have appreciated it as well if, I would have known earlier that only Mr. Kelly was going to only be speaking about the engineering things. I don't do this for a living. I have a full-time job. I'm a father. I don't know what's going on. And I look on Facebook, I see things. So for the board, a little bit of feedback would be great. If I didn't, Mr. Kelly can only be able to answer what I'm going to be able to, only be able to answer the questions about engineering, but I have 1,000 questions. And I think the board should also, again, take a look and say, hey, this is 8 years of experience. This guy's building a Chick-fil-A in our backyard.
Mr. Shipman, right.
Hi, Jody.
Thank you. We're gonna limit it to questions, just questions at this time. There will be an opportunity to make full comments.
Great.
Okay. Thank you. If we could get that answer, if we could get that answer for Mr. Schiffman on about the number of variances, we appreciate it.
Sure. I've applied for a variance in this town before. It didn't go well. 180 parking spots. And I just want to know one other question. If there are the lights, the 75-foot lights, can you attest to how far they could be seen from? Like, is it just shining down? Like, what is that? And how many of those 75-foot lights are you going to be putting around?
Just for clarity purposes, the lights aren't 75 feet high.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. Along the western property line, which is where the apartments are, and along Hillside, they're actually at 18 feet. And that is.
Sorry, I thought I heard 75 feet. I was like, 75 feet's crazy.
That would be a little excessive. I agree.
All right.
In interior, we are doing 25 foot high, not 75.
That's fine. That's not a problem. Okay, that was it. So the number of variances is really what I'm interested in, and why, and not for Mr. Kelly, but for the town. And I guess we'll discuss that at a later date.
Chairwoman Cohen, I had summarized the variances in my planning review memo, my original one, if you want me to answer his question.
Yes, please.
Variances. So there's, in total, there are 1, 2, 4, 8 variances. They all have different, or there are 2 sections, I'll say, 2 subsets for the level of variance and the proofs required to meet the variance testimony. One of them is a use variance, so they're here before the board for a D1 use variance because a drive-through is not permitted in the zone, and that's the highest level of proofs required. And then the second subset is the bulk variances, or C variances, and of there's 7 of those. 3 of them are related to the bulk standards, so for the zone, like setbacks, building coverage, and buffers. And then there's a handful of them for signs. I think there's 3 for signs that are required, that are included. So in total 8, and then broken down by what I just described.
We will also be eliminating one with the addition to the interior parking lot landscape island. So they will knock it down to 7.
What was that? That was for the landscaping?
Yes. So you, per the ordinance, I forget the section number, but you can't have a continuous parking row of 15 without an interior island. So we're going to update our plan to accommodate that.
I don't think I'd captured that as a variance in my memo. So I think the number I said just stands. I thought that was a design waiver. So I can read off the variances if you want, but I have 7 bulk and then 1 use variance.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you, Catherine. Mr. Shipman, do you have any additional questions for this witness?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's move on to the Q&A. The next member of the public is Raphael Cieslik.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good evening.
Great. Unfortunately, there will be no camera feed available. My name is Rafael Cheshluk, 14 Hilltop Court in Springfield. First question for Mr. Kelly is regarding the visual buffer in the evergreen trees. I believe, Mr. Kelly, you mentioned that day one planted, the height of the trees will be 8 feet tall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, certain species of evergreen trees actually reach mature height at 8 to 9 feet. So do you know the species that you are committing to planting, or at least the minimum height that they will reach at maturity?
I don't know the exact species offhand, and I would have to relook at the landscape plan to know the mature height. I know they will not max out at 8 feet though. I believe the ones we were proposing will grow around 12 inches a year in height. And I want to say they're somewhere around 20 feet or so.
Okay, thank you. Second question, staying on the visual buffer topic. Trees get sick, trees die. That visual buffer could potentially disappear within a year. So is it the site's responsibility or the site management responsibility to periodically monitor those trees to make sure that a visual buffer is upheld? And also, is there any sort of a commitment enforcement type of relationship with the township, so the township can also make sure that whatever is submitted during this application process is actually upheld in the future?
Yeah, I can actually answer that, oftentimes, and we would have no problem with the condition that there be a maintenance plan in place and require replacement of any of the landscaping that does not survive or needs replacement. And I think Mr. Disco, I know he's many times in municipalities, he works and makes that a requirement.
There's a 2-year maintenance plan. So there'll be bonding or some mechanism to handle it for 2 years. Beyond that, it would fall upon property maintenance or a failure or violation of a resolution of an approval after the 2-year period. So there are mechanisms in place. And presumably if there was a significant alteration or a alteration that was generic to the approval, it would have to be rectified after the fact.
Okay, thank you. And final question, Mr. Kelly, I believe it was Exhibit 4 that you presented. It was photographs from Google Earth. Is that the correct exhibit number?
Bear with me for a second. That is
Sure.
correct.
And I believe you mentioned that those photographs were taken in 2019. Is that correct?
I don't want to say exactly, but I believe that's the current version of Google.
Okay, so the question is, do you have or plan on submitting up-to-date evidence from that location?
We can definitely do that. I know we have internally for our due diligence on the site, we did take site photographs at the time of this when I prepared this exhibit. I didn't have direct access to that for whatever reason. I don't know if my server was down or what, but we definitely can take pictures of the existing landscaping in that area if you would like.
Okay, I think it's just really for Mr. Cook, for you and the board to make sure that, for such a significant matter, if decisions are being made based on submitted evidence, that we have evidence submitted that reflects current data, not data that's 3 years old. That's it for me. Thank you
very much. I'm going to call Michael Bartosh again, if he is back in, Apu.
We have a few Michaels, but I'm not seeing his last name, so I'm not sure if I have the right person or not.
Michael, if you can raise your hand, there's a button, a raise hand button. Oh, you might have your hand raised already.
There is one Michael with their hand raised.
Okay, I believe that's him because I think he put it down and put it back up.
Okay.
Let's try it. Michael, do we have the correct Michael? You are muted.
Do you have me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, and see you. We can see you and hear you. Good evening.
Outstanding. My name is Mike Bartosh. I live at 77 Tudor Court. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Kelly. One question that Mr. Disco brought out, I live in the building behind the Chick-fil-A building from the west side. I would like to see the buffer go all the way to the Longhorn Steakhouse parking lot. The pictures that Mr. Kelly showed on Google Earth were pictures that were taken during the summertime when there are leaves on the trees. During the wintertime and or the fall, there are no leaves on those trees. The previous gentleman wants to know who's going to monitor those trees. I live in that complex for 16 years in that building, and I will monitor what's going on over at Chick-fil-A as far as the buffering is concerned. I think it's a great place for Chick-fil-A. I like it. I like the way they have it set up. I like the buffering that they have on Hillside Avenue. I would like to see more buffering on the back side of the building. Because once those...
I'm sorry. This is a time to ask questions, not to make statements. So if you have a question, please get to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
My other question is, I really don't see, well, okay, that's my opinion. I don't see a problem with the stop sign coming in from Route 22. Have you ever tried to get off into the middle aisle when you're going west on or east on Route 22? It's impossible. So that stop sign, as far as I'm concerned, is no concern to me whatsoever. And it shouldn't be to anybody else. I do have some questions in reference to traffic, but I'll direct that to the traffic engineer in reference to the corner of Hillside and South Springfield Avenue. And I also do have a question in reference to security. Who would handle that?
I don't want to speak for Mr. Hale, but I believe Mr. Martinez, who previously
Yes.
testified and will be recalled, can answer that question.
Okay, is that going to be this evening? Because we're cutting into my wine time.
Mine too. No, we are not taking any more testimony at this time, this evening. So this will be at the following, the February meeting.
February, outstanding. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
And have a good evening.
The next member of the public to be called is Jeffrey Tiker.
Hi, Madam Chairman.
How are you?
Good. I just have a couple questions for the engineer. Mr. Kelly,
Sorry, Mr. Tiger, could you state your address, please?
Sure, 564 Ashwood.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Kelly, you said that you've spent predominantly your entire career looking, developing Chick-fil-A's. And, I'm looking at a search of all the Chick-fil-A's in our area. And the first one is Union. Does that one buffer any residential properties?
Unfortunately, that site was designed a little bit before my time.
I'll make the statement that it isn't. We can go on to the next one. The one in Watchung. Did you design that site?
Is that along Route
22?
Route 22? I did not.
Okay, I'll make the statement that that one is also not on residential. Linden is the next closest one. Linden, did you design Linden?
I did not.
Okay, well, that is also not on residential. Woodbridge Township, there's a Chick-fil-A. Did you design that one?
A little bit. That was just the beginning of my career.
Okay, is that one on budding residential properties?
It is not.
There's another one in Woodbridge Township. Is that one on budding residential properties?
I believe there's only one in Woodbridge.
Okay, let's skip to South Plainfield.
Okay.
South Plainfield, 4801 Stelton Avenue. Is that abutting any residential properties?
It is not.
So there's one, I'll go to the last one, Edison and Wayne, and Edison and Wayne are the other two ones in our area. So did you design those?
No.
Let's look at Wayne and Wayne Town Center, Willowbrook Mall. I don't think that's abutting residential. Edison, the address is on Route 1. Is that budding residential? It's by Sam's Club.
I did not design that one.
So then I'll rephrase it. I think the ones I went through, there is none of these Chick-fil-A's are abutting residential. Any of the ones that you've designed, because you said you spent your career that are in our Springfield-like area, have they touching residential as you're touching houses on Hillside, an apartment complex, and I don't know if it's an assisted living building or some sort of building nearby. Are any of the the ones I went through, 6 or 7, none abut residential. Have any of you worked on abut residential?
Yes, actually. There's a few in New Jersey, and then there's a few in Pennsylvania as well, that are actually a little bit closer than what we're proposing here. There's one where we're directly next to a single family residential, whereas here, single families across the street.
What town would that be in?
Barrington, New Jersey.
Barrington. Okay. What other towns?
I think off the top of my head, there is one in Bensalem, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, well, so Barrington is 70 miles away, plus or minus. Pennsylvania is at least 70 miles. So would you predominantly say in your career that majority of the ones that you design do not abut residential? Give us a percentage. I just went through 7 or so of them that are in our area of our immediate search, and none of them abut residential.
Yeah, but wait, excuse me, Mr. Ty. But you're asking him on the ones that he designed. So
okay, no. So then maybe I'll come back to this question next time. Maybe that we can research for all the Chick-fil-A's in our surrounding area, how many abut residential, because that's a big point when you're asking for a use variance for something that's could be a detriment or a property devaluation for some of the residents to go through, and you're saying that these are designed all over and are functioning well. Well, my question to you would be is how many of them abut residential that are in our area? 69 miles away doesn't know in my area. In my area is like 10, 15, 20 minutes away at most, maybe 30. Not, I would not try to.
You have a mile radius that you're looking for?
No, reasonable. 70 isn't reasonable. What's the, the question?
I think it's a little different, in my opinion, from just your area to somewhere else in New Jersey when you have a similar store that abuts residential. It seems like you'd be leaving out certain, case studies and stuff like that versus what we do versus your area versus what is done, in the tri-state area, basically.
Okay. I hope the board got my point. I just have one question for the traffic engineer, Mr. Troutman. Did you analyze how many accidents that come off of, from Hillside Avenue for the folks, including myself, that cross 2 lanes of traffic, go to the 7-Eleven, jug handle and turn around, or for some people that actually use the 7-Eleven parking lot to go through. Because, if you're going to have a Chick-fil-A and people slowing down before getting into it, that's going to impede some of the traffic flow that has been there. Did we look at with Chief Cook and with our traffic safety officer, how this application would function with traffic taking into account that jug handle area?
I did request those runs. They came in today, so I have some listings. I did not get the actual crash reports to see the details of the crashes that are occurring. I guess the other thing I would just note is, you already have a developed property that's generating traffic at these driveways right now, about the same level as the Chick-fil-A. So it's kind of already out there.
Well, Jay, I'm Mr. Drummond. Did you review the Chick-fil-A down in Union where the engineer at the township meeting said that it was the traffic was going to function well and there were no issues going to happen over there? And I think we've all seen what has taken place there. So my question would be, when you're comparing the person that goes to Barnes and Nobles, that parks, goes in, gets a book, as opposed to the Chick-fil-A where someone's coming in, getting their food for, I didn't hear the whole application part, but 6-9 minutes, going out, there's a definite difference of the use of a fast food or self-service food than someone coming, because the only thing that's in there right now is Barnes and Nobles completely.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at that shopping center at full occupancy and what the total trip generation per hour is. It's about the same. So that's the kind of count you already have approved on the property.
True, true. But what we have currently right now is just a Barnes and Nobles. There has not been stores in that complex for at least 3-4 years. I think the developer is probably waiting for everyone to move out or leases to run up, obviously, to flip the thing is probably what the case is. Okay, the planner hasn't spoken yet?
No,
Correct.
Okay, then I have no other further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. I guess in a follow-up to that, we could, for the benefit of the board, if we could get a count on Chick-fil-A's in New Jersey, let's say, that abut residential, I think that would help. Thank you. Okay, the next member of the public to be called is Vasilios Daskopoulos.
Stand by. The names jumped around and I picked the wrong person.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening. We can hear you. We can see you.
Hi, Vasilios Daskalopoulos, 84 Hillside Avenue, Springfield. Thank you to the board for your time. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I apologize in advance for my complete ignorance of the process. I have a few questions. You mentioned earlier that the plans had allowed you to change from 2 curb cuts to 1. And you mentioned that was in the interest of the residents of Hillside Avenue to allow for less traffic impact to them, right?
Yes, it was kind of relayed at the previous month's hearing that there were some concerns about the existing curb cuts in relations to how the proposed use would function with them. So we took it upon ourselves to consolidate it.
Do you have the freedom in your plans to, instead of 1 curb cut, to make it 0 curb cuts along Hillside Avenue, or is that in some kind of conflict to some kind of ordinance or traffic safety thing? The reason I ask is because obviously it would be more private for the residents of Hillside Avenue if there was no entrance to the Chick-fil-A from Hillside Avenue.
Understood. Yes. So our traffic engineer can speak a little bit more intelligently on that.
Along those lines, I realize that you are not the witness for the traffic expert, and obviously this is the time I have been given, so I'd like my question recorded anyway. What would prevent the queue of cars going through the drive-through from piling up so far that they would actually block the entrance to Hillside, the exit off of Route 22 into Hillside Avenue? I mean, this is based on analogous experience from the Union Chick-fil-A, which is backed up into the left lane so far back that you can't even make some of those U-turns. I appreciate that you're probably not the expert to answer that. That's fine.
So I may be able to answer it. So you're wondering how many cars it would take to back out to Hillside Ave?
Well, it's not exactly the absolute number of cars, but the fact that there is nothing that would limit the cars from expanding that far. I mean, if the throughput of the drive-through just isn't matching up the demand, like as is what happens in Union, then there is literally nothing that would stop that from happening.
Understood. Yes, the traffic engineer can speak a little bit more intelligently. However, our proposed design, did take into account the Union queuing. And I believe Mr. Disco's letter, he actually sat there and looked at how many cars are on Union. And I think he noted that there was somewhere around 36, whereas our proposed drive-through lane can accommodate 39. So there's 3 additional than what's currently servicing the site down the road. Plus, there's a few different design elements into this site that site, I think, doesn't afford.
Okay, and that,
I don't know if
sort of
that helps.
It does. It also goes to my previous question. If the goal of your client of Chick-fil-A is to optimize for drive-through, especially during a pandemic, I mean, nobody's going and sitting down at Chick-fil-A, then wouldn't it make sense to just close off the entrance from Hillside Avenue and just create almost like a Disneyland spiral queue that, you would wait in forever until you got your Chick-fil-A?
I think that would be a little bit excessive. Plus, I don't know about you, but I don't really like making a million S turns to get my food. I'd rather get in and kind of get out. One simple thing. Just like I'm sure you don't like. I don't like standing in line to do all that.
I mean, I'm not a traffic expert. I understand you're not either. But to me, having 2 entrances into the Chick-fil-A would just cause the 2 queues of people to compete with each other. And, you'd have to do the alternate New Jersey thing, which nobody's going to do if they're hungry for Chick-fil-A. Sorry, my last question.
I could speak to that one a little bit. So these 2 dual drive-through lanes. So this car and these drive-through lanes never merge into one lane. They're fully within their lane the entirety of their meal order and delivery process. So you're never going to have a weave consideration or anything like that.
Okay, thank you for that. My last question, and this is, again, I apologize about the target of this question. I submitted to the board if that's also appropriate. Do the hours of operation need to be approved by the township? And if so, do we know what the hours will be for the Chick-fil-A?
I could speak on the hours of the Chick-fil-A. Typically, they're open from 6:30 a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. Monday through Saturday, and they're closed on Sunday.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on something that was just said by Vasilios. Members of the public, this is not your only opportunity to speak. I want to be clear on that. You are entitled, you can ask questions of each and every witness that the applicant puts forward. And you also have an opportunity to comment on the application at the close of the application. So there are ample opportunities for you to speak. So if you have questions for another witness, you will be able to come forward and ask those questions of that witness. We're not holding those questions. Some of them we will be able to present to them and have answered, but we're not just holding those questions over where you cannot come back. So the next member of the public to come forward is David Jensen. David, good evening. I saw in the chat that you wish to object, and I just want to be clear that this is not an opportunity for comments or general objections. If you have questions for this witness, please let us know and you can ask them at this time.
Madam Chair, if I'm reading Zoom's information correctly, Mr. Jensen's audio has disconnected.
Okay. Is this, oh, here we go. Here he is. Let me see. Does it look like his audio is coming back on? Is he connecting, Abu?
I see video, but I'm not seeing audio. I'm going to try sending him a chat message and see if I'm able to get to him that way.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair and Bruce, I just got a email from our court reporter saying her audio just cut out.
Steve, it's back on.
Oh, okay. Just check.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks.
Apu, how are we doing? Do we want to maybe bring someone else forward while you work that out with Mr. Jensen?
I think that would be a good idea. I'm going to send him the phone number to call in.
Okay, great. So I'm going to call Scott Wishna, please, forward.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I know it's late and I know folks are wearing ties for quite some time, so they may need to loosen their collars a little bit.
Yep.
I understand, first of all, Scott Wishna, 10 Cayuga Court. I do understand the nature of asking questions in playing Jeopardy here, so I'll kind of convert my comments into questions. And keeping on the topic of the conversion of 2 curb cuts into 1. Mr. Kelly, was there ever consideration into making that 1 curb cut a right out only onto Hillside Avenue and restricting the left turn?
So I would envision that anybody that lives along Hillside Ave, if they do, come to the site and get some chicken sandwiches, that they would not want to get back on Route 22 and circulate the entire site just to get back home.
Well, not based on the signs that are on their lawns right now. I don't think anybody is going to want to do that. But so is it only Hillside Avenue that we're trying to appease by allowing a left turn out of the site?
No, I would want to think that anybody that lives in Springfield would want to have a quicker way home.
Based on the public comments in the earlier session from back in November, that seemed to be the common theme behind a lot of the public's commentary was the added traffic onto Hillside Avenue. So appreciate that you guys did convert the 2 curb cuts into 1. So I'll move on to my next question. And it's really surrounding the landscape buffer, particularly the area where you're entering into the drive-through queue. So that area that the cars would be facing the apartment buildings as they entered. I think you testified that you expanded from 8 feet to, was it 30 feet, the width of that buffer? Is that accurate?
Technically, it's 8.9 to 31 at the closest point to the property line. It does vary along that property line as it's kind of askewed as you head towards Hillside.
Okay. And I feel like I heard in your testimony, you said that the height of the proposed evergreens were 8 feet and growing at 1 foot per year?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that the Freeman Apartments, which is one of the 2 complexes that this site abuts, is a low income subsidized housing that accommodates a number of disabled individuals?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that that building is 2 stories in height?
That I am aware.
So is 8 feet a sufficient height for a landscape buffer so that individuals who reside in that building would have a restricted view to the site?
You're saying would they have an adequately restricted view?
Well, you testified that their view would be restricted due to the buffer, but if somebody's in a 2-story building, an 8-foot high tree is not going to restrict their visibility.
At the initial plant height, it may be a little bit challenging, but over time, that buffer definitely will obviously grow. In addition to that, I did testify that I believe from where the proposed meal order canopy is approximately 171 feet from the corner of the building, whereas the proposed building is even farther away. And I know the rear of the building is kind of positioned towards the adjacent apartment building, where it's not directly, the window is not, directed towards our site. You would have to be looking at an angle to kind of
There are
site.
balconies. There are balconies on the rear of that building, and I wasn't specifically alluding to the visibility of the building as in addition to the, the visibility of the queue of cars that would back up. So,
I mean, I would have to look at a perspective view from the ground level to the line of sight of that building. But I mean, it's not like they're going to be peeking over the evergreen trees and just looking at a stack of cars throughout the longevity of their residence.
I think as it relates to landscape buffering, and the fact that this property abuts a residential, a residential apartment development, with many people who spend many hours in their residences, I would think that Chick-fil-A would do everything possible to ensure that those residents can continue, some level of quiet enjoyment, and would do everything to mitigate both sound, air quality, and lighting. So let me get back to away from the landscaping for a minute, but let me ask you if at any point did Chick-fil-A consider putting any kind of solid fencing between, the landscape buffer that's proposed and the abutting property in order to mitigate any of the headlights that may be continually flashing into abutting residential apartments?
It's a good question. There's actually an existing fence already. It's a board-on-board fence that runs the entire property between us and the adjacent apartment complex. So that will, one, mitigate the headlights that are currently, taking place, because there is a loading zone in back of the existing building. And then the dense row of evergreens that we are proposing for anybody that turns left into the drive-through lane will block the headlight glare as in there, and then they will run along the property line as well once they turn to order their food and get it delivered. So there won't be any headlight that will be shining onto the adjacent property.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. The next member of the public is Monica Schrock.
Hi. I think a lot of my questions were already answered, but I think I wanted to ask
Before you continue, please, can you just state your name and address for the record?
Sure, Monica Schreck, 141 Hillside Avenue in Springfield.
Thank you.
So I know that there were some questions related to vehicles coming in to deliver, to make deliveries. And I wanted to ask about emergency vehicles being able to come in case there was a fire in the facility. Because those turns coming into that Chick-fil-A area seemed pretty tight.
That's a good question. And Mr. Troutman, we already agreed to that we would show truck circulation for the garbage truck, as well as, excuse me, the fire truck that the municipality currently uses.
So you would show them getting to that building or as close to the building as possible?
We will work with the fire department to show the maneuvering ability of the fire truck and position it a way that they see fit to, put out the fire if the building ever catches on fire.
Okay.
And cars.
And cars, okay. And I guess this question it may be for somebody else, but have you considered anything related to air pollution, idling of cars? How long are these cars expected to be, idling, collecting their food? Has that been addressed at all in any of your studies?
As far as the queuing length and the time frame to get through the drive-through, or your main concern is the air pollution for idling?
Yeah, my main concern is if let's say you have 38 cars at one point there waiting for Chick-fil-A, have you guys considered the air pollution related to that?
We have, and it's no different than another typical quick service restaurant of this similar nature.
Which are banned from residential neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you.
How about offering a commercial kitchen in a residential neighborhood?
Ms. Schrock, do you have any further questions for the witness?
No, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cue me in there.
The next member of the public is Mark Pollock. Good evening, Mark. You are muted.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Mark Pollock, and I live at 306 Park Place in Springfield. I think my question is probably more appropriate for the traffic engineer, but just to get it on, maybe the board could answer this. I'm interested in the traffic study that was done. I'm wondering if that's a matter of public record and I could have a look at it. I'm interested in when it was done because COVID has affected traffic patterns in our country. And I'm interested in just exactly how much they looked at with regard to the negative impacts on 22 West and Hillside. And I think you've kind of addressed some of that right in the course of this meeting, but the ultimate question is, can I see that the traffic study?
The answer is yes. The application, the entirety of the application is for public consumption. It may be inspected at the planning board offices.
The path to actually go down to the planning board, it's not online or anything?
You can reach out to the board secretary. She will be able to, I believe, send them to you if going in person is an issue.
No, not really, but you know, I can be as lazy as the next person.
So you can reach out to Jennifer Law in planning and zoning, and she can help you to obtain copies of any aspect of the application that you wish to see.
One moment.
Why should you why should you be granted 7 variances? 7 variances.
Yes,
Go to every
the
single
other
one.
question was seven variances seems like an awful lot. Would you not agree with that, perhaps?
I think that's more of your general opinion, but
Well, yeah, I won't deny that, but it seems like it to me. Is that within your experience? Is that average?
I mean, I don't find that to be excessive, no.
Okay. At what point would this become excessive?
I'd have to look at, there's a number of factors that usually go into variances. It's hard to kind of dive into the specifics of it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Margaret Yabi. Margaret, you're here. You are muted.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, fine, thank you. Couple of questions. Has there
Margaret,
been?
before you continue, can you please state your full name and
I'm
address
sorry.
for the record?
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Margaret Yoby, 44 Rose Avenue here in Springfield. Has any consideration ever been made to share the property with Barnes and Noble since they are a definite asset to our community?
I don't believe that's a question that this professional can answer.
Okay. I know we all know what Springfield is. I mean, it's Springfield and there's water. And I do know that at times Barnes and Noble has had water inside of it after rains or whatever. Has any consideration been given to that situation in Barnes and Noble in that property?
For the Chick-fil-A itself, yes. So it has been designed in a way to provide positive drainage away from the proposed building.
Oh, all right. Okay, my last question has to do with traffic and how it can impact on Mizell and Mountain Avenue, because we know we really only have two roads in Springfield. And at school time, both of those get very, very, very congested. So that they all go to Hillside. So that has to be kept in mind, and somebody has to make a plan so that we don't become locked into a massive traffic jam that we are very often in anyway. Okay, and there are my questions.
Thank you very much. The next member of the public is Nicole. Nicole M. 88 Irwin Street. I don't know if you see that, Apu. I apologize that I'm not going to be able to pronounce the last name.
I found her.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. How are you? My name is Nicole Michael Atianos at 88 Irwin Street. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may ask your questions at any time. We can hear you. We can see you.
Okay, so a lot of my questions have in fact been answered, but a few follow-ups. So Mr. Kelly, you said that one of the Chick-fil-A's, to your knowledge, in New Jersey that abutted a residential property was in Barrington, New Jersey. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head, what is the population of Barrington, New Jersey?
I do not have that number now.
6,900. That's 6,900, roughly. Do you know the population of Springfield, New Jersey?
Not off my head, no.
17,500, give or take. And let's just add in Union, since to my understanding, we're going to be closing the Union location. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
No, so we're keeping the Union location. Okay, so this is a third Chick-fil-A on Route 22. So do you know the population of the Union town?
I do not.
It's 59,700, give or take. I don't think that Barrington is a fair comparison to Springfield or Union. Do you?
I'm not sure
In
what
terms of population and traffic?
I'm not sure what the question is.
I'm just asking if you think that's a fair comp. You know, like we're in real estate, you have to look at like houses. So if we're looking at like Chick-fil-A's Barrington that abuts a residential facility is not necessarily a good comparison for the proposed site here in Springfield.
I'm sorry, let me just interject for a second. I'm not sure that Mr. Kelly presented any testimony that he was trying to compare this site to the Barrington site.
I think he just offered it as an example of a residential facility, but I'll move on. Sorry, I wanted to kind of illustrate that point. And you said that you have connection with the Chick-fil-A that was put in?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You broke up.
Oh, sorry. Did you work on the Watchung Chick-fil-A that was put in recently, a few years ago? Okay. So just when you came, just help me understand how you came to work on this project. Is it that Chick-fil-A approached you and then you went to look for sites, or it's like, this is the site, we want you to manage it?
The latter.
Okay. So to your knowledge, were any other sites besides this one scouted for this, one of the, in your words, one of the largest Chick-fil-A's in now the state of New Jersey?
Again, I think this is well beyond any of his testimony. He didn't talk about site location at all.
No, I understand, but he did say that it was a very large Chick-fil-A. So I'm just curious, to his knowledge, like, did they look at any other sites?
I don't know that Mr. Kelly will be able to answer this. Perhaps Mr. Martinez would be able to, but I'm not sure if he could. But I think this is outside the scope of his purview.
Sure. So we'll just say he doesn't know. So Mr. Kelly, how many Chick-fil-A's are this size that can accommodate these 39 cars in the state of New Jersey, to your knowledge?
Currently, that are currently under existing operations?
Yeah.
There's a handful. And there's also a few that are in current design. You know, it's very typical of a new Chick-fil-A restaurant to be this size to accommodate the amount of drive-through capacity.
Okay. And do any of those properties abut a residential facility in the way that ours will?
I'd have to go back through my list to look at, but I can't speak to that off the top of my head.
Okay. I think I, like everyone, many others who have spoken before me, is just extremely concerned about the traffic. And I understand you're not the traffic expert. And I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. When will the traffic expert testify in this regard?
Probably be the next hearing.
So in the February meeting?
That's what you'd expect, yes.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask also, was there any consideration given to adding in a pedestrian walkway up over 22?
To where?
Just the other side of of 22. I know that's not necessarily Chick-fil-A's purview, as Route 22 is.
There was not,
road.
no.
Okay. I don't know if you're familiar with this area at all, but a common problem of this particular corridor of Route 22 is that people, generally employees from one side, cross, not often, but sometimes, the other side to get food. And I don't know if there was any discussion how to kind of either help them cross more safely and to allow that for the site plan.
I think I have to interject here. It's a state highway. It is illegal to walk across Route 22. So,
of course, but it does happen in that.
It's also not in the purview of the developer to deal with that issue, I don't think.
I just want to
ask
any
You
discussion.
might want to ask the traffic engineer.
God, I have a lot of questions for this person. Okay. And so I think that's it for the site engineer. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Thank you, board.
Thank you very much. Mike Pascas.
Good evening. Mike Pascas, 82.
I think your audio went out. Hold on. Are you reconnecting? You cut out. You cut out. Sorry.
Did you got my name, address?
We got your name, not the address.
82 Hillside Avenue.
Thank you.
I hate to reiterate and just echo, but my neighbor next door got there before me. My biggest question to Mr. Kelly: can Chick-fil-A function with no curb cut on Hillside Avenue? Is it possible to function with no curb cut on Hillside Avenue at all?
I'm going to defer to the traffic engineer.
I don't want to question his authority. I'm sure he can tell you about traffic. The problem is he's not going to tell you about idiots that constantly cut in and out. As that place stands now, it's basically a ghost town. It's Barnes & Noble. There are very few cars in there. I've been here for 42 years. I've seen the traffic in that strip mall when it was loaded at one time. Okay? I know there's going to be traffic. Whether he thinks that the road can handle it, that's one thing. The driving in Jersey, that's a whole nother ball game. Okay? I mean, this state stands alone when it comes to driving. All right? Except maybe for Connecticut. All right, that's that question. I have another question. Are you going to be involved in the fight that's going on in Bloomfield with the Chick-fil-A? Will that be one of your designs up there on the Parkway?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, I guess that's pretty much it. I just wanted to know if that place can actually function without entering or exiting onto Hillside Avenue. I mean, those looped kind of lines, they do it for motor vehicles to condense and consolidate the traffic. They do it for COVID shots. I don't think it's the worst case scenario to snake a line around, but you know, I guess that's the way it's going to be. Okay, that's all I had.
Thank you. I'm going to call Patrick Hart. It appears that he may not have a question for this witness, but let's just clarify with him on the record, please.
Unmute. All right. Hello, Patrick Hart, 19 South Derby Road. Yeah, my question seems more fitting for the traffic engineer. Quite concerned if it is the same traffic engineer that got the Union site approved, because everybody in town knows what a horror show that is.
That is not a question for this witness.
I know. I realized
there-
that halfway
yeah.
through.
Okay. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Was he part of an environmental impact study on the quality of air control for the neighborhood around it and light pollution, saying he's adamant about getting a sign put on Hillside Avenue?
We have not provided a environmental impact report, no.
Why not?
It was not part of the township requirement for this application.
But you seem very adamant about getting a light put on a residential road that doesn't seem necessary to anybody there but you.
I think I'm a little confused. We're not adding a light along Hillside Ave.
You don't want to, but earlier in the meeting you said you did want a sign on Hillside Avenue.
A sign, yes.
Yeah, sign, light. It's a lit sign. Now you're splitting hairs. Why didn't you get an environmental study done on that? For peace of mind for the residents who are going to be blinded by it until 10 p.m. at night?
I don't think
he can't answer these questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's not going to answer those questions. I don't believe
Okay.
the testimony given.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Jackie Spencer.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi, I have a couple of questions regarding the signs. Did I hear that there are going to be 3 lighted signs? Is that correct?
Ms. Spencer, your name and address, please, just for the record.
Jackie Spencer, 100 Hillside Avenue.
Thank you.
Are there going to be 3 lighted signs, 1 on Hillside and 2 on the building? Is that correct?
So there's going to be 1 along Hillside Ave. There will be, that's a freestanding sign. There will be another freestanding sign along Route 22, and then there will be 3 building signs as well.
3 buildings. So is that the number of signs for this location? Is that a variance needed for that many signs?
Yes.
Okay,
The relief will be for the number of freestanding signs that we're proposing, as well as the number of building signs.
Okay, what's the normal number of signs that can be done without a variance?
On the building 2, and then the freestanding signs, it's a little skewed only because we need variances for the menu boards underneath the canopy so people can order. So it's a little bit of a different scenario for that.
Okay. In terms of the cutout on Hillside Avenue, it looks as though the cutout is directly opposite Commerce. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a line to Commerce Street.
Okay. And so what's stopping people from cutting across 2 lanes of traffic into the Chick-fil-A?
And you're saying from leaving Commerce Street?
Yeah, from leaving Commerce Street and going directly into Chick-fil-A. Cutting across 2 lanes of traffic.
I mean, I think the 2 lanes are a little bit of low speed, but not to answer your question, nothing.
Okay. And in terms of a county road, is that something that would need to be cleared by the county in order? Okay, and does this need a county variance?
We need county approval. The variances are handled locally.
Okay, and in terms of, again, this is a traffic question, so hopefully I'll have this question again. The number, I live on Hillside Avenue for many years, and I've seen the number of accidents that come out when people make a left turn out of Commerce onto Hillside. Do we know how many accidents have occurred on Hillside Avenue at Commerce?
I do not have that number now.
Okay, thank you. I have a question regarding the cars in queue. You mentioned that it's a little larger, it's 39. Do we know how many cars past 39 would lead out to Hillside Avenue?
I don't have that number offhand, but again, our proposed development, we feel that the 39 car stack within the drive-through lane will be sufficient for this proposed building.
Have you seen the traffic on Terrell Road in Watchon when the traffic is high at rush hour and at dinner time? It spills onto Terrell Road. Is it possible that the traffic from the location can spill on to Hillside Avenue if it goes past 39 cars?
This would be something our traffic engineer.
Okay, the traffic engineer, okay. And so the same question would be, do we know how many cars it would take to spill out onto Route 22? So that would be the same question. Okay, the other question regarding the height of the canopy, what's the height of the canopy in relation to the back fence?
In relation to the back fence, the proposed canopies are around 9 feet in height.
Okay, and the fence?
I believe the existing fence is a 6-foot high board-on-board fence.
6 feet. And so the canopy is going to be higher than the fence, correct?
In standalone value, yes. However, where this fence is positioned on the site, it's a couple feet above in grade than in relation to the existing building. So they will be more or less comparable.
Okay. And in terms of, it looks like there's the cutout on Route 22, right? It looks like about 100, maybe 100 feet, 200 feet. There's a jug handle on Route 22 that goes from to the westbound lane. Do you know the distance between that jug handle to the exit?
I do not know.
Is it possible for people to take the jug handle west and cut over to try to go in the exit lane?
Again, I don't have that answer.
Okay, all right. And again, a couple of other people asked about air quality. Again, I live right down the street on Hillside Avenue, and we're talking about idling cars 6 to 8 minutes. Is it possible for this location to serve 500 cars a day?
I don't have that answer.
Okay, who would have the answer? Is that traffic? Is it, who would have, what's the average number of cars that go through maybe the Watchon location per day? Do we have that information?
Again, that's not something Mr. Kelly would address.
Is there going to be another witness that could address the number of cars that come through a two-lane location?
Yeah, our traffic engineer will address that.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Parnas. We don't see you in the list of participants. If you are still with us, can you please raise your hand so that we can bring you into the panel?
I'm not seeing her, Mrs. Cohen.
Okay, great. All right, the next member of the public that is listed here, but does not state their name and address. I'm not sure if you have a question for this witness, but we'll bring you in to make sure, is Rebecca Young.
I'm getting a message that Rebecca Young has declined to be promoted to a panelist, so I believe she does not have a question at this time.
Okay, great. Jed Weiner.
Okay, hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. This is actually just following up on something that had come up when Mr. Hart had asked a question. It's, oh, Jed Weiner, by the way, 5 South Derby Road in Springfield. Mr. Kelly, have you put together environmental impact statements for any of your other proposed locations that you've worked on?
If the municipality requires it, yes.
Okay, so I guess maybe then this is a question for the board. Is there a particular reason that an environmental impact statement has not been requested of this applicant?
I can try and answer that. Our ordinance does not require it. There is no state law that requires an environmental impact statement. Obviously, there are certain environmental issues that are dealt with in the application, but that is not, well, for instance, flooding and storm runoff is something that is addressed, but there is no requirement for an environmental impact statement.
Is that something notwithstanding that it may not be mandated that a board can nevertheless request in its discretion?
To be honest with you, I can't answer that off the top of my head. I'm not sure we would have that that authority. That may be preempted by state law. I'd have to look.
Okay. Yeah, and just the reason I'm asking is, again, because this particular location does abut residential properties. In particular, I'd be concerned about the air quality emissions issues as well as the noise and light pollution as well. I'm not sure if that's something that can be addressed, outside the context of a full environmental impact statement, if those issues are addressed in any other way. But those are the concerns that I had.
The local ordinance does have certain sections concerning lighting, does have certain sections concerning noise. So those certainly are addressed if they, for instance, there is a request for a variance concerning the height of light poles. So some of that is addressed, but not specifically in through an environmental impact statement.
Okay, thank you.
Are those all the questions you have?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I see that Mr. Abdullah has an additional question. If we could bring him back in.
Hi. Hi, thank you for the opportunity. It's just based on some of the questions I've heard.
I'm sorry, Mr. Abdullah, you have to give your name and address again so the record is clear.
Okay, it's Usman Abdullah, 4 Holly Mews, Berkeley Heights, New Jersey. And it's just a couple of questions that came up out of the questions that other people asked. And the first one is that he said that, Mr. Kelly, you said that a handful of restaurants have been built of this size. Could you name a few in New Jersey that have this kind of indoor capacity and stacking size?
I'd have to go through my list. Off the top of my head, I cannot answer those.
You cannot tell us of one in the state that is of this size or larger than this size?
He can get the information for you as he indicated, but off the top of his head, he cannot answer that right now.
That is very surprising. Being the site engineer and having worked for 8 years, I'd like to state on the record that I find it surprising that he cannot answer that
Mr.
question.
Abdullah, you're only allowed to ask questions at this time, please. Those are the rules. Everyone must abide by them.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. And then Mr. Jed Weiner brought up a pretty important issue which others have alluded to, including me in the past. And it's definitely in reference to the fact that 40 feet away is a housing units that house disabled low-income Americans. And here we have 38 cars stacked up all day from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. If you
Again, I'm gonna. This is the same.
Union is an example of what is going on. If Union is an example of what is going
Mr. Abdullah, please, you have to ask a question.
I'm asking the question.
There will be a time to make statements later on.
No, I'm asking a question. When there are 38 cars that are going to be stacked up throughout the day, what is the pollution going to do to the health of these people who are already handicapped? Why are we not, as a board, as a community, asking for a pollution impact statement or a pollution impact study? Why are we skirting around the issue saying that, oh, the state doesn't require it, or so-and-so doesn't require it, so let's not ask for it?
Right. Madam Chair, again, I'm going to have to, there's no, supposed to be asking.
Let's do the right thing.
Kelly.
Let's do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah.
Thank you. Let's not sell ourselves to the highest
Okay,
bidder.
thank you. Thank you. Do you have any other questions for the witness? No. Michael Furchi, I believe, has a hand raised. Your mic is on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good evening.
I apologize. The question that I had has been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other members of the public that are asking to ask questions for this witness. If there are any other members of the public that wish to ask questions, please raise your hand or put your name and address in the Q&A. Okay, David Hollander. Good evening. We can see you, but we cannot hear you. It looks like you're still muted. Apu, is there any way to turn his mic on from our end or no?
No, Zoom took that away a long time ago.
Okay. Can we give David the information to dial in?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Hollander, you should have it in the Zoom chat, the phone number and the meeting number that you need to join. Once you do dial in, if you could just press *9 on your phone, that'll raise your hand and we can identify you. Madam Chair, while we're waiting for Mr. Hollander, I do see another hand has been raised.
Yes, Isis Stevens. Let's elevate.
Hello again, Isis Stevens, 56 Hillside Avenue. I guess a question for Chick-fil-A people that could answer in the board. When are we gonna know, if we're gonna know who's gonna be at the next meeting from Chick-fil-A? Because this whole back and forth asking questions and waiting for the next expert for the next meeting is not really helping everyone.
I'm sorry. One more time. I'm sorry.
The question is, who will be at the next meeting from Chick-fil-A? Who from Chick-fil-A? And when will we know?
So, and Mr. Hale can speak to this, but my understanding is that any witness that they have will be present at all the hearings.
But
So
only those that testify can be asked questions.
yes, but if you want to ask questions of a witness that previously testified, they will be available.
Okay.
So if there's a question that comes up that you feel is directed at somebody who previously testified, and again, Mr. Hale can correct me, but they will be available to answer.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so we won't have a volley back and forth.
There hasn't been.
Well, meaning as far as we who are here asking the questions, and again, excuse me, I don't really know much about this stuff. It's my first time joining one of these meetings, so I'm trying to wrap my head around it too. So as far as we're concerned, epic and planning. And hopefully both will testify for next meeting.
We hope. We'll see what happens.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so I see we have a call-in listener. Is that Mr. Hollander? If it is, in order to unmute on the phone, you have to press *6. Apu, is it *6 or #6? Oh, there we go. You're here.
You can hear me. Okay. Sorry about all that. Question.
Can you tell him to, can you mute your computer first, please?
Better now?
Yes.
Okay,
No.
sorry about that again. And let's pull it up here. Okay, so David Hollander, 147 South Maple Avenue, Springfield. My question is the Chick-fil-A will be open till 10 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And after that, you're going to have deliveries. How late will those deliveries be? And how much noise are they going to be making?
Can you repeat the first part again? You cut out.
Okay, you're going to have your deliveries after 10 p.m., correct?
Correct. That is correct.
So what time are the deliveries?
It varies. It will be after the store is closed. I don't have an exact time frame.
So you're going to be bringing trucks in 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock? Oh,
We could be,
you okay?
yes.
Oh, sorry about that. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. So then the trucks are going to be unloading and making noise, and all the people are going to be hearing that at the time?
Not necessarily. Where the truck will park in front of the building, it's going to be very close to the highway. They will actually shut off the truck themselves, so it won't be sitting there idling. And they usually typically shut off the refrigeration as well. So you won't hear, the condensing units of the for the deliveries as well. And then they'll actually hand cart in the deliveries, which is, very quiet. And along for the, I guess the low speed that the truck will be accessing the site at, you probably most likely would hear the cars or anything at that time along the roadway more than you would of the actual loading truck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hollander. Let me take a 15-second pause. I'm reviewing everyone to see if we have anyone else. And Bruce, I sent you a question, if you could.
Sure. The next meeting of the board is scheduled for February 15th. There will be no further notice by the applicant because the matter is being carried from today's meeting. As most people know, in December, we met in person based on the current Omicron situation. It was decided to hold this meeting electronically. There's been no decision made yet concerning the February meeting, as I said, February 15th. The board will publish an Open Public Meetings Act notice in compliance with the law. Jen, are we currently noticed for in-person?
Yes.
Okay. The yearly notice for the February meeting said we would meet in person. If that changes, we will publish a notice in the newspaper. And of course, you could check on the website when the date gets closer to ensure which way we'll be going. Does that cover that issue, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I do have, Mr. Hale, I would make one request. There were four items marked into as exhibits today, A2 through A5. If your client could supply the board secretary with copies of all four marked as such, just so we have a complete record in the building, I would appreciate that.
That's fine. And I just want to confirm the meeting will remain at 6 o'clock.
I anticipate that either electronically or in person, it will be at 6 p.m.
Okay. And with either of those versions, since it's being announced now that people have to check, there's no requirement of further notice for that meeting.
That is correct. The applicant need not send out any further notice.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make sure one more time for members of the public that are here, if any members have any more questions for this witness, you can raise your hand at this time. If not, we will be adjourning till the February 15th meeting. I am seeing no hands.
Motion to adjourn, Madam Chair.
All right.
Second.
Thank you all again, and appreciate you staying so late. And we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.